Tribune.
Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces passing, I'm homebound.
Paleontologist.
You know, speaking of dinosaurs, did you realize that chickens are a lot like dinosaurs with feathers? I didn't. So I read a book called The Dinosaur Chicken Conspiracy. Apparently, the poultry farmers don't want us to know anything about it, so they hushed it up.
Can I have more science, please? Thank you.
I have no idea to this day what that lady was singing about. The truth is, I don't want to know. I tell you, that voice soared. It was like some kind of pink dinosaur walked into a drab little cage and used its powerful tail to knock those walls away. And for the briefest of moments, every last man at Shawshank was a pink little dinosaur too.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. Holy cow, Reaganation. I really appreciate that, Reaganation. I really do. Thank you for those 5 gift subs there. That is excellent. Dark Mock Rises.
In a Jurassic Park. Digging up dinosaurs is hard, frustrating work. It takes months or years, so leave it to the professionals.
And
if you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Jedi Mega Man, thank you for your support there. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
If you're
All the
feeling a bit
support
cheated,
right at the
try
beginning.
blaming the dinosaurs.
Good stuff. Holy cow, excuse me.
Oh, what time and oh, what fun. Playing tag with your iguanodon.
Yeah. Thank you, holy cow, for... Let's see here. Will62, thank you for the 5 gift subs as well, Will62. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
With those 5 gift subs.
Excellent. That's good stuff. And Dark Mock Rises.
Need to Photoshop Danny's face into these ha 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 ha.
And holy cow there. Another 5 gift subs. Extraordinary. Is this from Reaganation here?
Hogan 698 really wants ukulele with
No, that's from Hogan. Hogan, thank you very much for those 5 gift subs. Thank you very much.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
Holy cow. And Niffler, thank you for those 100 bits. That is extraordinary, and I really appreciate it. We're starting the stream off right. Holy cow. It is BIRDSday. Womp womp. Welcome back, and happy Thursday BIRDSday to you. Happy Thursday BIRDSday to us all. If any of you are here for the very first time, then an extra special welcome to you. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here in my office in the San Francisco Bay Area. I'm here to talk to you about fossil science, about paleontology. That's my area of study, dinosaur paleontology in particular, because paleontologists study all kinds of fossils, remains of different extinct organisms.
A long time ago, they were terrible lizards, don't you know?
They were indeed.
Burbs.
Reaganation. 5,000 bits. Holy cow, Reaganation. Holy moly, do I appreciate that. Thank you for that. Holy cow. Reaganation, thank you kindly. That's going to help pay my bills, and I really appreciate it. Believe it or not, this is what I do full-time nowadays, everybody. Call me the world's first full-time live streaming paleontologist. Will62 is helping me maintain that status here. Thank you for that.
It's the last time I'll play with a dinosaur.
Yeah, holy cow, Will62. 20 gift subs from Will62 right there. Holy cow. Do I appreciate that. Holy moly. And Reverend of Twitch has been subscribed for 12 months now. How does that taste there? Good stuff. Reverend of Twitch, thank you so much for the 12 months. That's almost a whole year, isn't it? Getting up there. Really appreciate that. Holy cow. Yeah, Will62, there's now 20 folks in the chat who won't have to worry about any ads for the next month. Thanks to your generosity. Thank you for supporting the channel, and thank you for supporting the community there, Will62. Holy cow, everybody who's just contributed. You know who you are, and I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you very, very much. What a wonderful way to start off Thursday BIRDSday. Shoot. On the day that we celebrate that dinosaurs never truly went extinct. In fact, we have a good number of them today. How many species of living dinosaur are there today?
Over 9,000!
It's true. Birds are very speciose. It's about 9,000, between 9 and 10,000 species of birds, depending on who you ask. On Thursday BIRDSday, we celebrate that. That birds, dinosaurs, actually outnumber mammal species, roughly 2 to 1. So, you know, strictly speaking, we're still in the age of dinosaurs, everybody. Avian dinosaurs. So, yeah, good stuff. And Risa Dago says rent is now 90% monetary and 10% kitty snacks. Well, we've got one such kitty right here, right now. Let's see if we can summon her. Can everyone say, psst, 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 sweetie pie, psst, 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 sweetie pie, you want to come over here? Do you want to say hello to Twitch chat? Come here. Ooh, oh, you know that sound. You are conditioned. Let's see if we can bring you over here. You're gonna have to get up on the desk, though. Want to say hello?
1,000 bits can make a wonderful difference in promoting the appreciation and understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
Lilith Hobo.
Dinosaurs are birds too.
Thank you for the 1,600 bits. That's more than 1,000. I have to correct Sir David Attenborough's math there. Come on up here, sweetie pie. Hey. Hey. Ooh. Yeah, you smell that? It's right up here. Come up onto the desk. And talk about uncooperative landlords, you know? Come on up here, sweetie pie. Hey. There we go. Hey. Yeah. You smell that? Ooh. It's up there. You know you can get it if you jump up, goodness. Come on up. Yeah. Come on up. Don't lose interest. It's okay. Ooh. There's the bag. She might not come up here. She's, well, let's see if we can get a good shot of her. Oh, there she is. Good girl, sweetie pie. Yeah, there you are. Oh, and here's Mini Pie as well. Hey, sweetie, over here. Oh. There you go. Yeah. And, landlord number 2. Sweetie Pie's number 3, Mini Pie is number 2, and she has also appeared here. Yeah. Oh. Good girl, Sweetie Pie. Can I give you another one? You seem to like those a lot. Here you go. You know, chat got those for you. How good is that? Is that pretty good? What do you think? Yeah. Anyway, everybody, on today's episode of Paleontologizing, we'll probably be going over some fossil news. We'll be doing Thursday BIRDSday. I'll be answering some questions. We'll see if we can make it further through that Tyrannosaur documentary, too. And, play a game of Metazoo. We'll see what else happens, you know? It's a live broadcast. The possibilities are endless. That's some impressive flexibility there, Sweetie Pie. I can't lick my back like that. Try as I might. Oh, and we have Mini Pie. Well, well, well. We have some cataractions here. Oh. There's one for Sweetie Pie. Come here, Minnie. There's one for you. Eventually we'll get Moon Pie over here as well. But for right now, we've got 2 cats. Yeah. Can I give you another one, Minnie? There you go. Yeah. You want another one, Sweetie Pie? You can be a glutton? Okay, we'll make it happen. Here's one for you, Minnie Pie. There you go. You know, gotta pay rent. Oh, yeah. Got both of you here. So good to see you. So good to see you. Thanks for making an appearance. Yeah, right at the beginning of the stream, huh? Yeah. And yes, Little Pink Pony, yeah, I'm pretty sure Moon Pie is currently hanging out with Ios while she's working, writing code for the mobile team at Twitch. Yeah. Minnie Pie's hair is shiny. You know why? Because I have been brushing her. We've got 2 cats. 2 of the 3. 66.6% of the household cats are... Oh! Now we're down to 33.3%. Good stuff. And Tolkien, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Hey, everybody, these are my landlords. This is Minnie Pie. She is, She's the primary name on the deed, or one of them. Yeah. Oh, Mini Pie. Here. Look at this camera. There you go. Oh, good stuff, Mini Pie. Yeah. Void Cat. I know, it... I can try and set up another light here. Let's see if that works. What do you think, Minnie? Set up this light here? Get this one going? What do you think of that? Does that help? What are your thoughts? Oh. Yeah. There you go. Eventually I'll get these set up so that I can control them remotely and I don't have to go over and push the button. And now she's gonna try and chew on my ferns and paw them. And knock my mouse off the desk. Good thing I have theropod-like reflexes. You're just causing chaos, aren't you? Is that your purpose here? Yeah. Oh, this is some quality attention, isn't it? And little do you know, you're a star. Yeah. The camera loves you, Mini Pie. It's quite fond of you. It's quite fond of you. Let's get another view over here. There we go. There you go. Yeah. Look up here. She's scent marking with the scent glands on her cheeks. She is indeed Mayor of Space. I'm gonna push the Stream Deck buttons? What are you gonna do? He's gonna sit over there? Okay, cool. Well, chat. What do you say we get into some fossil news here about a new prehistoric cat species discovered in Spain? I feel like that's pretty appropriate. What do you think, Mini Pie? What do you think? Should we do that? What are your thoughts? You like that idea? Look. Got a new prehistoric cat species. Or are you trying to look at the camera here? Here. Yeah. Good stuff. The felines have taken over the Paleontologizing broadcast. As you can see here. And, let's get into some cat fossil news, shall we? New prehistoric cat species discovered in Spain. Paleontologists at the Museo Nacional de Ciencias Naturales, CSIC, have identified a new genus and species of medium-sized feline. Are you a medium-sized feline? I think you might be a little on the small side, Mini Pie. Hence your name. What do you think? I'm gonna sit in front of that camera now. You know, fair enough. New species of medium-sized feline from a partial jaw found in the urban area of Madrid, in Spain. And, oh, and Hugin, we will get to Moros intrepidus. That's a theropod from, I believe it's from Utah, is it not? Yeah, we'll talk about that in a bit. Because I don't think we've talked about Moros yet. It's a cool one to discuss, but we'll get to it after this. And look at that. Cats have cool-looking skulls. A reconstruction of that skull here. This is not that different from a modern cat skull, you know? Yeah. What does medium-sized mean? Like halfway between a kitten and a tiger? Yeah, bigger than a kitten, smaller than a tiger, HD. I don't know if it's halfway between those, though. The new cat species, named Mageraphilus hanei, lived in what is now Spain some 15.5 million years ago in the Middle Miocene. So to give you some perspective on that... Oh, there goes Minnie Pie. I'll see you later, Minnie. Thanks for stopping by. Here is a geologic time chart here. And let's switch to linear time on it. So, the middle of the Miocene. That's in the age of the mammals. So we're up here at the very top, at 0 million years ago. The Pleistocene is when things like saber-toothed cats and woolly mammoths and mastodons and ground sloths were walking around, and dire wolves. They're from the Pleistocene. Before that, you've got the Pliocene and then the Miocene. So about halfway through the Miocene, we've got this new cat species. In order to get to dinosaurs, the non-bird dinosaurs, you got to go back to the Mesozoic era, 66 million years ago, just to kind of orient you time-wise. We're talking Middle Miocene here for this new critter. It belonged to the Felinae, a subfamily of small cats having a bony hyoid, because of which they are able to purr but not roar. So the hyoid bone is this. Yeah. Lovely. This is a cat skeleton. Un esqueleto de un gato. No es de España. No sé. Anyway, este es el hyoid. That's the hyoid right there. It's kind of a free-floating bone there in your throat. And so cats that have that are able to purr but not roar, apparently. I guess, do lions not have a bony hyoid? Look that up. Yeah. Okay, what? Lions, tigers, and leopards all roar. They can do this thanks to their hyoid bone, a tiny neck bone. While many mammals have hyoid bones, humans included, theirs isn't completely rigid like most. Instead, it boasts a stretchy ligament that makes it flexible and allows the big cats to roar. Oh, interesting. Yeah. So, hyoid. In mammals, the hyoid bone often determines whether or not one can roar. If the hyoid is incompletely ossified, for example, lions, if it's got flexibility in the middle of it, it allows the animal to roar but not purr. If the hyoid is completely ossified, for example, cheetahs, it does not allow the animal to roar, but will instead allow the animal to purr and meow, as seen in house cats. Lions, cheetahs, and house cats all belong to the family Felidae. And so our new cat species, Mageraphilus hanei, from the Middle Miocene of Spain, it has a fully ossified hyoid, so I guess it doesn't have that flexibility in the middle. It's rigid, so they can't roar. Interesting. Yeah. That makes me want to look up the sounds that big cats make. Let's take a look at this. And Steely Dan, I'm not sure if that kind of preference fossilizes there. It's a fascinating idea, but look at that. That's an ocelot. Ah, very nice. I'm going to take an opportunity to wash my hands because I got cat slobber on them. I'll be right back. There we go. Oh, wow. Huh. Are the largest cat that purrs, right? Yeah, because they don't have that fully ossified hyoid. They're in genus Puma, so different from Panthera, like lions and tigers. Yeah. That's a stressed out lynx or bobcat right there. Yeah. That's Panthera leo, the African lion. And I heard this sound on Tuesday. It was Tuesday, right? Yeah, Tuesday morning. Lordy and I went to the zoo, and we could hear the lion roaring from, like, hundreds of meters away. It was pretty impressive. Yeah. Pretty impressive. Yeah. It's funny, because there are some houses that are near the zoo there, and just imagine living in one of those houses, and then, like, in the middle of the night, you just hear a lion roar. Like, in the dead silence of the night, 3 a.m. or something. Imagine waking up and just hearing a lion roaring. That's got to be pretty wild, you know? I wonder if the realtors would include that as a perk, or if they would consider that to be not a good thing. I don't know. The movie is starting, yeah, MGM Studios, Steely Dan. And hey, Tommy Plotticus, how you doing? Good luck with the cooking. What are you cooking, if you don't mind my asking? Huh. Is it a serval? Yeah. Very cool. And there you go, Tim Cheerio. There you go, Tim Cheerio. I like that. Yeah. Yeah. Very cool. There's a link to that video. You know, while we're here, actually, let's see. Let's look at big cats and boxes. You know how house cats really like to sit in boxes? Well, big cats also like boxes. Check it out. I know I've showed this before, but it's just too wonderful not to bring up right now. Good stuff. It's pretty interesting to me how, like, the general body plan of cats like this, it works whether you're small or works whether you're very large. It's kind of like carnosaur dinosaurs in that respect. Oh. They work at a small scale, they work at a very large scale. Carnosaurs much larger than big cats. But yeah. Oh. And cat and lion also have the same system. They have the same skeleton, TMK, yeah. Their skeleton is largely identical. I mean, that's the thing. So much of their anatomy is conserved. Let's look up cats on our tree of life. Cats. Felidae. But the skeleton of a lion or a tiger is practically identical to that of Sweetie Pie's or Mini Pie's skeleton. There we go. Cats. And yeah, that's interesting that it says that all of the modern cats diverged 13.9 million years ago. That's when they all last had a common ancestor. That's really interesting to me because that means that this new one from Spain is before that. So it might not be a true cat. It might be like ancestral to the common ancestor of all of today's cats. Or maybe this is a little bit out of date. I don't know. I don't specialize in fossil cats. But yeah. The skeleton of a modern cat, Felis catus, is pretty much identical to that of, say, a lion or a tiger. Yeah. Maybe we could have a side-by-side, but maybe not. There you go. There's an illustration of a tiger skeleton. And there's the tiger skeleton right there. Yeah. It's interesting because, you know, a tiger or a lion is going to have more robust bones than a house cat. Because they're heavier. They're bulkier. Even proportionally, their limbs need to be thicker. Their limb bones need to be more robust. So if you're to scale down a tiger skeleton to the size of a house cat skeleton, the bones would appear much thicker. And that's because, what is it, the cube square law or something? That as you increase in mass...
In the serious game of paleontology, much larger mysteries still remain.
Sir Denise, thank you for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Yeah, as you increase in mass, you need to get proportionally more robust. So there is a point at which, there's like a theoretical point at which an animal, it would be so big and heavy that its legs would have to be so thick that it wouldn't be able to move anymore. And this is actually illustrated in a book here. Let me see if I can find it. It's somewhere here on the bookcase. I think it's in the one that says Stephen Jay Gould in really huge letters, despite the fact that Stephen Jay Gould did not write it. He wrote like the introduction to it, and they plastered his name really big on it. You probably can't hear me right now very well either. But yeah, let me try and find that, and I'll show you. Good stuff. It's got our friend Plateosaurus on the front cover. There we go. Give me a second here and let me... There we go. Yeah. With a new introduction by General Editor Stephen Jay Gould. Yeah, Gould did not write this book, and yet his name is bigger than the title on it. Yeah. I think this might have been shortly after he died, and they were, you know, it's like Tupac. They're trying to, like, sell more copies of it after the guy dies. Here we go. Yeah. The biomechanics of very large dinosaurs. Yeah. So this kind of illustrates that. At 220 pounds, you can have fairly spindly legs right there. I was actually talking about this with Balint on his stream last night. 12.5 tons, the legs need to be thicker. At 100 tons, they need to be really, really thick. And it basically reaches a point where, like, the legs would be too big to move. Like, they'd rub up against each other. They wouldn't be able to move at all. Like, they'd be in contact. It's like when you try and put tires onto a car, and they're just too big, and they're rubbing up on the wheel wells. It's kind of like that, you know? Yeah. As the volume or weight of a land animal increases, the diameter of its legs increases in proportion to volume, a cubic measure, and not in proportion to body area, a squared measure. So does the square cube law. This is because the legs would have to support the weight of the animal, hence legs get relatively fatter the larger the animal. And so this is pretty cool. Speaking of cats, cats are part of this. So, you have a mouse right there, a cat, a human, a horse, a hippopotamus, an elephant, and a brachiosaurus there. A brachiosaurus needs to have proportionally thicker legs than an elephant because it's much, much heavier. I don't know what's going on with the front leg of that brachiosaurus. Ignore that. It's not bending the right way. It's bending like it's a horse. That's dumb. But anyway, yeah. And so there might actually be like a theoretical limit for how big a dinosaur could get. These are the problems you have to solve as a very, very large land animal. Whales don't have to worry about this, because whales are dirty cheaters. They live in the ocean, and they don't have to support their body weight. They're essentially neutrally buoyant in the water. You know, people talk about how whales are the heaviest animals that ever lived. Nonsense. Whales are weightless. They don't weigh anything. They're in the water. If they actually had to deal with that, like they do when they occasionally end up on land, they die. Like that. So, anyway. Yeah. The bane of human giant's existence. Exactly, yeah. That's why Andre the Giant did not live to be an old man. Yeah. But yeah. Be neutrally buoyant on land. There you go, MK. Mephistopheles. Yeah, you know, just violate the laws of physics. It can't be that hard, right? Anyway, let's get back to big cats in boxes and let's talk about our new fossil cat. Shall we? Ooh, is this a caracal? Looks like a caracal. Rusty. He looks like a Rusty. This looks like a fishing cat or an ocelot, maybe? Personality. And that looks like a leopard? Yeah, it doesn't look like a jaguar. And a mountain lion. A puma. 2 pumas in a box. What do you do with 2 pumas in a box? Yeah, good stuff. Anyway, we're talking about cats. I figured that'd be a fun video to show you. So, yeah. But it's cool to think about big cats as almost like an analog for theropod dinosaurs in some ways. And I don't know, big cats are so skeletally conservative. They're not doing a whole lot with their skeletons, and theropod dinosaurs are doing a lot, it seems. If you were to see a skeleton of a lion and a skeleton of a tiger side by side, they're going to look pretty darn similar. You wouldn't think of these as being very different animals. And in the grand scheme of things, they're not very different, let's be honest. They're members of the same genus. But, yeah. So our new fossil cat, from what is now Spain, belonged to Felinae, a subfamily of small cats having a bony hyoid because of which they're able to purr but not roar. Megarophyllus painii is the sister group to a clade composed of Pristofelis attica, living species in the genus Felis, Profelis aurata, and Lynx pardinus. So lead author Dr. Manuel Salesa and his colleagues from the Museo Nacional de Ciencias Naturales, CSIC. CSIC. The fossilized remains of Megarophyllus painii were found in 2007. Again, I would like to take this opportunity to emphasize how long it can take between the initial discovery of a new fossil organism and then when it finally gets published and announced to the public. This was discovered in 2007. That's like 17 years ago. Holy cow. So it's normal, chat. Don't get on my case too much about not having published on things that I found in 2012. It does take time to do it correctly. Absolutely, Lenina, yeah. And I know someone in that museum. You were oh, thank you, Malicia. Very cool. Well, if I'm ever in Spain, I'll give you a shout. They were found in 2007 at Príncipe Pío II, a recently discovered fossil locality placed in the urban limits of Madrid in Spain. The specimen is very well preserved, showing a complete hemimandible, as well as the teeth except the incisors. So yeah, I guess those had fallen out. The incisors are, of course, you know, your two front teeth on the top and the bottom. All I want for Christmas is my two front teeth. You know that song. Those are your incisors. All I want for Christmas are my incisors. It is so complete and in such good state of preservation that it provides information of great interest for carrying out paleoecological inferences on this new feline. So they can tell where it fit into like an ancient food web based on this anatomical information. Got good clues there, apparently. The most surprising thing was that it had a tiny lower second molar, a tooth absent in all living and fossil felids except Proilurus. That got me confused for a second. I thought this was going to be Prionilurus. Prionilurus is a modern cat that I am currently working on for a paper that I've got going. Prionilurus is the fishing cat. Right? Prionilurus viverinae, I think? Oh, we gotta look this up now. I think Prionilurus viverinae is... Yeah, Viverinus, sorry, is the fishing cat, which is vulnerable. The flat-headed cat, which would have been even cooler to look at for my study, is so critically endangered and so rare that hardly any scientific papers have ever been written on it, and so it was not a good candidate for my study. So yeah. And they have not been in the Jurassic Park movie. No, flat-headed cats have not been. Nor have fishing cats, to my knowledge. These guys have, like, barely ever been photographed in the wild. They're so rare. They've got very small ears. Yes, indeed, Golganek. Flat-headed cat. Look at that animal. Puss in Boots, take a hike. We're all about the flat-headed cat now. Look at how cute that is. Holy cow. Look at this animal. Look how cute. Look how cute. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I mean, just adorable. Look at that. Oh, that's a painting, but still really captures the cuteness of this cat. And then, yeah, when they look mean, they can look mean. Yeah. So these guys are fish eaters. Flat-headed cats. And, they're the most piscivorous of all the modern cats. They actually have a longer snout than other cats, which is probably associated with fish eating. Kind of like how Spinosaurids got those long snouts. These guys do too. Or at least that's a connection that I was trying to make in this paper, but there's been so little published on them. Flat-headed cat. Yeah. Here's one feeding a flat-headed cat. Or somebody feeding a flat-headed cat. Look at how long the snout is. And see how the head is kind of flat? They've got this... Yeah. This long snoot. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. And yeah, one of the things that cats don't like about water is that they get it in their ears. And so having smaller ears like that helps make a difference when these cats are catching fishes in the water. So these guys are extraordinarily rare. They're very much endangered. But there is another kind of cat that I was able to actually study for this upcoming paper. And that is a fishing cat. Yeah, which is in the same genus. Oh, shoot. There's a whole video on Animalogic about them? Well, holy cow. Yes, please.
The Sri Lankan mangroves. These submerged forests of South Asia are constantly in flux. Serving as a natural barrier for the coast, life here is a challenge. With human encroachment, pollution, and climate change decimating the mangroves, life for animals here becomes more of a question with every passing day.
Oh. A fishing cat exhibit. Oh, very cool. There's some of the San Francisco Zoo as well.
There's one creature in this swamp that is defying the odds and our expectations at the same time. The fishing cat.
Oh, yeah. I'd love to see them in the wild too, Static Life, yeah.
The last place you'd expect to find your house cat. Yet, in the water is where this small cat, the fishing cat, dominates.
Yep. It also has a longer snoot.
From predators on land, fishing cats were forced to explore a new niche in order to survive.
They also have very small ears.
To the swamp.
And so these guys and the flat-headed cat are members of the same genus. So they are... There's the flat-headed cat right there. And then there's the fishing cat. So they are members of this genus, Prionilurus. The flat-headed cat is Prionilurus planiceps. Then you have the rusty-spotted cat, Prionilurus rubiginosus. The fishing cat, Prionilurus vivarinus. And then the eriomote cat, which is critically endangered. And the leopard cat, which is apparently doing pretty well, Prionilurus bengalensis. So a cool genus of lesser-known cats. But they're pretty neat. They're very neat. And they're not closely related to the bobcat physics. Yeah. Here. I'll show you. In order to get to bobcats, they're in a totally different genus. They're in genus Lynx. So genus Lynx would be... where? There we go. Right here. Yep. There's Lynx canadensis, which is the Canadian lynx. There's the Eurasian lynx, the Iberian lynx, and Lynx rufus, which is the American bobcat. Yeah. And oh, yourself, Moosey Fate. It's good to have you here. Welcome, welcome.
New biome, fishing cats had to develop a whole series of adaptations. In the world of small cats, fishing cats are fairly large. Their larger size allows them to wrestle large fish out of the water. These stocky cats have short legs, deep chests, and most unlike other felines, they have short, stubby tails. Spending most of their time hunting in the water, these cats don't need long, graceful tails to help them balance.
Nope. Yeah, long tail would just kind of get in the way.
These swamp things are the world's only felines who specialize in fish.
That's not true. That's very much not true. Oh boy. We also have the flat-headed cat, which, again, gets no respect. There's cat hair all over my desk now. The flat-headed cat... Brennilurus glanoceps. Preys foremost on fish, and then frogs and crustaceans. There was a study back in, I don't know, maybe the 1950s. They were looking at the diets of these guys, and it was mostly fish. Yeah. Ecology and behavior. Yep, stomach contents of an adult shot on a Malaysian riverbank consist only of fish. They have been observed to wash objects raccoon style. Yeah, so these guys mostly eat fish. They'll also eat frogs, they'll eat small mammals if they get a hold of them. They're opportunists, like just about every modern carnivorous animal. But, yeah, so flat-headed... fishing cats are not the only cats that specialize in fish. Flat-headed cats do, too. Yeah.
It's only felines who specialize in fish.
Yeah, not true. Yeah.
Other cats may eat a fish here and there, but fishing cats got their name for a reason. In a very unfeline-like fashion, fishing cats dive face first into the water to ambush their prey.
It's more paws
They wait
first.
at the water's
but, yeah.
edge, sitting perfectly still until they see a fish.
Pretty cool, right?
This
Anyway, we're not going to watch this whole video, but I'll give you a link to it if you'd like to see the rest. Because we got to continue with this article. Yeah. There we go. About this critter, our new prehistoric cat species discovered in Spain. Goes by the name of Majorophyllus payni. The estimated body mass of Majorophyllus payni is 7.61 kilos, which falls within the range of female individuals of Lynx rufus, the bobcat, Leptilurus cerval, that's gotta be the cerval cat, and a caracal. So yeah, so it's about the size of a female bobcat. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, so larger than Felis sylvestris, showing a similar size to those of the caracal, cerval, and that's probably the Iberian lynx, paleontologist said. Nevertheless, the mandibles of those three species are shown at the same mandibular length for better comparison. The dentition of the new species is clearly smaller than those of the latter species, and thus, the specimen has a more robust appearance, with a relatively higher mandibular corpus, very similar to that of the much larger lynx. That probably implies they're eating larger prey. Yeah. According to the authors, Megarophyllus was capable of generating a strong bite force when hunting that would have allowed it to kill relatively large prey. The Principe Pio II feline could have preyed upon relatively larger prey than those of extant, similarly sized felines, they said. Oh, and this was in JVP. Well, shoot, I can access this paper because I am a member of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. vertpaleo.org. Let me log in. And oh, never mind. It's got free access anyway. Well, well, well. Everybody loves an open access paper. So let's get that for you, chat. PDF. There we go. Here it is in the chat. Everybody loves open access. There we go. Unraveling the diversity of early felines. A new genus of felinae from the Middle Miocene of Madrid. Parentheses, Spain. There we go. Very nice. Just make this normal size, please. Reset. Oh boy. There we go. That's a little ridiculous. Yeah. Middle Miocene is an interesting time period for mammals. Absolutely, Cast the Dreamer. Yeah. Definitely. That's like when a lot of our modern faunas are first sort of coming into being. This is lovely. So they did a scan of the lower jaw right there. And is that M2? That's that, like, vestigial tooth there that they hadn't lost yet? Very interesting. Huh. Very nice. Very nice. I wonder if they have that jaw available in the sub-info, if you could, like, 3D print one. Very cool. Huh. And there's that figure that we saw there. Very nice. And I like how they've actually reconstructed the jaw musculature of the animal, too. They show where the jaw muscles attach, where they insert around there, under that zygomatic arch. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. Again, if you want a link to the paper, there it is for you. Sangria. There you go, Rhacodactylus, yes. Spain is a great place for mammals to be, or so I've heard. Never been there myself. But I have ancestors who lived there. A long time ago. And, but yeah. And MLS says, do you have to have actual paleontology creds to join that kind of thing? Or can plebs pay to access the other articles? Yeah, anybody can pay to access those articles, MLF, yeah. And anyone can join the what we call the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. What we call SVP. The Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. An august organization of vertebrate paleontologists. I've been a member of SVP for probably about 15 years now. Yeah. But yeah, we've got annual conferences and stuff. In fact, I need to book my hotel room for SVP this year. It's going to be in Minneapolis. Yeah, annual meeting. Future/past meetings. Come on, scroll wheel. Yep. It's going to be in warm and sunny tropical Minneapolis, Minnesota this next year. At the end of October, beginning of November. I gotta figure out what I want to present at SVP this year. Because, shoot, with, you know, inshallah, with the Partner Plus money, I'm gonna be able to afford a room in the host hotel and be able to go to SVP this year. So I'm pretty excited about that. I'm pretty excited about that. And what will I dress up for as for Halloween this year? A diagonal, I don't know. It depends if I have room in my luggage. I could bring the Ceratosaurus getup, or I could dress up as another paleontologist. You know, that is like a popular costume, is you dress up as one of your colleagues. Yeah. And yeah, a room with a bed. Exactly, Risa Dago. Not sleeping on the roof or on a park bench, but like an actual hotel room with a bed. So yeah. Anyway, yeah. You should dress up as something that scares paleontologists since it's Halloween. What? Budget cuts? Dress up as unchecked erosion. Yeah. It is an upgrade from a pile of hay. Absolutely, Grim Deviant. We're sleeping supine on the top of a doghouse, like Snoopy. Yeah, dress up as an invalid species. There you go, Dr. Terry. Yeah. But yeah, SVP is... Let's see. There we go. This is a video recorded at the 74th
The creature we will be examining
SVP
is a
meeting.
paleontologist.
Seaborn Show. Hey, welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you doing?
And it's therefore likely that we're here today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
Dr. Greg, I appreciate that prime.
Just got back from an awesome trip to petrified forest in Northerners.
Well.
See, you're still doing great, Psycom.
Thank you, Dr. Greg.
Your conference fund.
I really appreciate that. Thank you for those 11 months of support with those primes, Dr. Greg. I really appreciate that. And Seaborn Show, how did your stream go? I hope it was really, really good. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It is great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, tell me how it went. And for anybody who might be new, welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here broadcasting from my office in the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. So it was pretty sunny today. But yeah. Anyway, when I'm not here in my office, I'm usually broadcasting live from the field, digging up dinosaurs and other critters in places like the Badlands of Utah and Wyoming. And yeah. Jenny ACW says, what dinosaur are you discussing today? Well, we just got done talking about a new species of prehistoric cat from the Middle Miocene of Spain. It's lived long after the extinction of the non-bird dinosaurs.
Let's protect our fossils.
Kurt Mulgrew.
If they're removed, America loses them forever.
I really appreciate that follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And then we just started talking about the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting, which is going to be in Minneapolis this year. Couples Custom Cope and Marsh. There you go, Lenina. Yeah. But yeah. And Hogan, a welder. I don't quite know what that has to do with... I guess it'd be nice to have more welders in the field of paleontology, but I don't think anybody else there would get that. That's just the point that I make sometimes. But yeah, if you're wondering, like, what is SVP like? Well, usually at the end of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology conference, we have, a dance like this. And someone has captured that. Yeah. And, I've shown this before, but I feel like I know him, but I forget his name. It's not Nick Pinestone. People I don't want to name because I don't want to embarrass them. But, there's Nate Carroll right there. Oh, good song. Yeah. So Nate Carroll is the curator of the Carter County Museum in Ekalaka, Montana. He's a friend of mine. We go way back. We went to Montana State University together. There's Nate. He's a pretty good dancer. Nate's very confident. And there's Jingmei O'Connor right there. She works on fossil birds and occasionally theropods, other kinds of theropods too. Mostly birds, though. Anyway, two people who would be great to have as interviewees on this channel at some point. Especially Nate. Yeah. I think some of you may have actually met Nate Carroll on my live stream when I was at the Carter County Museum in Ekalaka, Montana back in... that would have been 2021, I think. Last time I was in Montana. But yeah, not bad moves, much better than any engineering party, says Harry. You know, as paleontologists, paleontology is an interesting field in the sense that, like, you get a lot of different kinds of people with different personalities and different proclivities who become paleontologists. And since paleontology is often a fieldwork-heavy science, you get a lot of people who enjoy spending a lot of time in the outdoors. You get a lot of people who are like, I don't know, outdoorsy people, you know, former athletes. Yeah. Sometimes you get people from various trades, you know, like people who work with their hands and stuff. And it's not all your kind of archetypical kind of like nerdy person who wears glasses and stays inside all day, you know? Not trying to put anybody like that down. It's not what I'm trying to do here. Just saying paleontology takes all kinds of different people. Lots of different, like, archetypes. And Nate, for instance, grew up on a ranch in this tiny, tiny little town in eastern Montana. And so, yeah, I don't know. He might not be the sort of person you would imagine when you think of a scientist. And I think that's one of the things that makes paleontology cool and interesting is that, like, you get all kinds of different people in this field. Yeah. Walk the Dinosaur song. They probably did, Bees, but that's the thing, is that at SVP, there's almost a little bit of reticence to, like, talk about dinosaurs that much, because most of the paleontologists at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology do not work on dinosaurs. SVP is all vertebrate paleontologists. People who study ray-finned fishes, people who study fossil amphibians, fossil reptiles, fossil mammals, fossil avian dinosaurs, fossil birds. Dinosaurs are just kind of the tip of the iceberg there. Does that make sense? Yeah. Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. Let's see if I can find you a There was a video about this with what's his name from Law and Order. Yeah, there we go. Sam Waterston is his name. Sorry that YouTube is being so finicky today. Yeah, this editor person made this. But yeah.
I'm Sam Waterston, and I'm here to applaud the work of vertebrate paleontologists as they reveal the evidence for environmental change, adaptation, and extinction. This is a rare opportunity to view the inside story of the extraordinary world of paleontologists, who they are, what they do, why what they do is important for science and society.
Law and Order SVP. There you go.
What their work means for
dun,
us.
dun.
And now let's join the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology.
Yeah. So apparently he just really likes fossils and was enthusiastic about doing this. Oh, slightly corny editing here, but it's all good.
My name is Louis Jacobs, and I'm one of 2,300 vertebrate paleontologists from 54 countries that belong to the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology.
Yeah, and so this was from 10 years ago. There's probably closer to 3,000 vertebrate paleontologists today. Probably fewer than 10% of those work on dinosaurs. So there's probably about 300 dinosaur paleontologists in the world. Honestly, probably fewer, though, come to think of it. There's probably about 200 dinosaur paleontologists. I don't know. I've got an upcoming research project where I actually want to get numbers on these things. But yeah. In the world of paleontology, some fossils have vertebrae. These are their stories. I like that static life. Yes. And Murph says, does that only count published? No, there's members of SVP who are vertebrate paleontologists who are not published yet. That also includes students. So that 2,300 figure there, that's the total membership of SVP when this video was produced 10 years ago. So like roughly half of those are going to be undergraduates or graduate students. So yeah, so there's about, as for like professional vertebrate paleontologists around the world, there's probably about 1,000 or something like that. You know? Yeah. Lilith Hobo says, will paleontology see another golden age? Well, Lilith Hobo, I mean, with any luck, someone will emerge who will bring paleontology into a new golden age as the prophecy for... I'm totally kidding. No, we're literally in a new golden age of paleontology, vertebrate paleontology right now, especially for dinosaurs. I mean, holy cow. We have more dinosaur paleontologists working today than we have ever had before, and there are more dinosaurs being published, more new dinosaur species being published every year. Kind of on average. It fluctuates a little bit, but like the trend is going upward, it seems. And more papers being published on like general paleobiology and taxonomy and, you know, biomechanics, everything else about dinosaurs. Like we are in the new golden age, and this has been going on since the 90s. Hopefully we don't start to see a downturn here as academia starts to flounder, because it really is. It's not, things aren't, there's worrying signs on the horizon. But yeah. Shoot, we've had 2 new species of dinosaur published so far just in 2024. We're less than 3 weeks into the new year. We've already got 2 new dinosaurs published. Tyrannosaurus macraensis and oh yeah, Gandhi Titan. There's also Sidersora. Maybe it's 3 now? Gandhi Titan was just published, what, yesterday? Sidersora, I guess this was before the new year, because we talked about it around New Year's. And then Tyrannosaurus macraensis. Vectodromius is still in press. So is Inowentu. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah. So anyway, thank Michael Crichton and Steven Spielberg. Yeah, and Michael Crichton and Steven Spielberg should thank the tireless work of paleontologists who made Jurassic Park possible. They have. They've specifically thanked us, which is pretty cool. But yeah. Anywho, let's get back to this. Yeah. YouTube being so slow today.
Hi, my name is Louis Jacobs, and I'm one of 2,300 vertebrate paleontologists from 54 countries that belong to the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology.
So Lou Jacobs, I applied to the school that he teaches at, Southern Methodist University in Texas, when I was, I was just finishing up high school, applying to different universities. That was one of the ones that I applied to. I got in. I emailed him a couple times. Never heard back. That's one of the reasons why I went to Montana State. That, and I got a scholarship. But yeah. So I've still never actually spoken with Louis Jacobs.
Because we study fossils, especially dinosaurs, we capture the imagination of children. And that makes vertebrate paleontology a gateway for all science.
Lord, yeah, there you go, Dr. Terry.
The Society of Vertebrate Paleontology today.
I'm Mike Novacek.
我叫罗泽西
Jack Horner, ditch digger. Glorified ditch digger.
Anne Schulp van het Natuurhistorisch Museum Maastricht. Bob Bakker.
Claudia Marcicano, na Universidad de Buenos Aires.
Eu sou Otávio Mateus, da Universidade Nova.
Oh boy. No, he's currently under investigation for like sexual harassment or sexual predation. I'm not sure exactly what, but yeah. Come on, YouTube, go.
Jennifer Bothbrink.
I'm Paul Sereno.
John A. Wilson. I'm 92 years old.
Tyler Leeson. I'm 24 years old.
Each year, vertebrate paleontologists from all over the world gather at the annual meeting to share new knowledge and ideas.
Yep.
There were 655 presentations at the 2007 meeting.
There's Deinlophus. There's the tubercle that lies above the mandibular canal. And let me now show you some cross-sections of...
That would have been huge at the time. A 3D model like this? In a talk? This is cutting-edge stuff back then.
Front to back, you see the tooth roots going by. Here is the mandibular canal. Look at the size.
This would be cool now, but it wouldn't be anything groundbreaking.
Here, and here it exits beneath the big tubercle at the back of the jaw.
Yeah. And I guess that's it. Yeah, okay. Cool. So yeah. Good stuff. So I gotta remember to, this next week, book my hotel for SVP. While it's still relatively less expensive than it would be otherwise. Yeah. So shoot, this next year I've got SVP. I've got TwitchCon before that. And I might be doing some other conferences as well. But yeah, Rhagodactylus says, oof, that happens way too much in academia. Yeah. At least there's like a proper investigation going on about this. But yeah. And now my grandma does 3D models. Yeah, there you go, Eugen. Anyway, let's, we've got 20 more minutes until we can do today's game of Metazoa, where that updates. So, why don't we take a look at another piece of fossil news? There we go. This is some interesting stuff, and I haven't read it yet. I only saw the headline. Let's take a look. Woolly mammoth movements tied to earliest Alaska hunting camps. Researchers have linked the travels of a 14,000-year-old woolly mammoth. Doesn't woolly have two L's? thought woolly had 2 L's. Oh well. Researchers have linked the travels of a 14,000-year-old woolly mammoth with the oldest known human settlements in Alaska, providing clues about the relationship between the iconic species and some of the earliest people to travel across the Bering land bridge. This is potentially really, really interesting because it kind of gets to a big dispute, a big controversy, an ongoing debate among paleontologists who study Pleistocene mammals and the Pleistocene megafaunal extinction. So again, to go back to our time chart here, just to give us some perspective, life on Earth goes back a very long way, but you scroll up to the very top, we are up here within those black pixels there of that line at the top of the Cenozoic. We're at 0 million years ago, you know, the present. The Holocene. The Pleistocene is like the last ice ages. That's the time that we're talking about. So it's very recent. It's like last Thursday, geologically speaking. It's recent enough that people existed in their modern form back then. And there were all of these really cool big mammals that were walking around during the Pleistocene. The Pleistocene megafauna. All of these different critters, all of these lived here in North America, up until just a few thousand years ago. Human beings, when they arrived in North America, would have encountered every single one of these animals. And then they abruptly disappeared after the arrival of humans. There's a big controversy, ongoing debate on what caused the extinction of the megafauna. These mammoths and mastodons, ground sloths and saber-toothed cats, dire wolves, etc. Was it a changing climate that drove them into extinction? Or is it the arrival of human beings? Hunting some of these animals, changing the landscapes by the use of fire, just kind of modifying the ecosystem so these critters couldn't survive any longer. It's a bit more nuanced than I'm going to tell you here, but like there's 2 main camps for this. There's paleontologists who think that these are climate-driven extinctions, and paleontologists who think that these are human-driven extinctions. Like human overhunting and modifying the landscapes, as opposed to like the Earth getting warmer and wetter. Well, and in some cases drier, I suppose. But yeah, I don't work on this stuff. I'm a dinosaur guy, so I don't work on Pleistocene megafauna. All this stuff is too recent, you know? I don't work on this, but I do still kind of have an opinion, and that opinion is I think it's probably our fault. Yeah. The extinction patterns match too well with human movements. They don't seem to match up with climate, like the change in the climate at the time. It's not like big megafaunal species went extinct all around the globe at the same time, like we would expect if it were, you know, climate change that drove these animals into extinction. We would expect it to be not uniform in terms of timing, but we wouldn't expect it to line up so perfectly with the arrival of humans in these environments, like it seems to. So, yeah. And HD says, I didn't know the Hagerman horse had zebra stripes. We don't know if it did, HD. That's speculative right there. It may have, but we don't have preserved skin from them, so we don't really know. Yeah. So yeah, Cast the Dreamer says, I think climate change stressed out the populations and humans finished them off. That's possible. The thing is, the climate did fluctuate a lot. You know, multiple stages of ice ages. And these animals made it through all of those until humans show up. So yeah. Anyway, the reason I bring this up is that this new paper described in this press article here, might add some information to this debate, and it might help support the overhunting hypothesis. So researchers have linked the travels of a 14,000-year-old woolly mammoth with the oldest known human settlements in Alaska, providing clues about the relationship between the iconic species and some of the earliest people to travel across the Bering Land Bridge. Scientists made those connections using isotope analysis to study the life of a female mammoth, named Elmayujaya by the Healy Lake Village Council. A tusk from Elma was discovered at the Swan Point archaeological site in interior Alaska. Samples from the tusk revealed details about Elma and the roughly 1,000-kilometer journey she took through Alaska and northwestern Canada during her lifetime. Isotopic data, along with DNA from other mammoths at the site and archaeological evidence, indicates that early Alaskans likely structured their settlements to overlap with areas where mammoths congregated. These findings, highlighted in the journal Science Advances, provide evidence that mammoths and early hunter-gatherers shared habitat in the region. The long-term predictable presence of woolly mammoths would have attracted humans to the area. She wandered around the densest region of archaeological sites in Alaska, said Audrey Rowe, University of Alaska Fairbanks PhD student and lead author of the paper. It looks like these early people were establishing hunting camps in areas that were frequented by mammoths. The mammoth tusk was excavated and identified in 2009 by Charles Holmes, affiliate research professor of anthropology at UAF, and Francois Lagneau, research associate in archaeology at the University of Alaska Museum of the North. And here's a different guy, Matthew Wooler here, professor in the UAF College of Fisheries and Ocean Sciences. They found Elma's tusk and the remains of 2 related juvenile mammoths, along with evidence of campfires, the use of stone tools, and butchered remains of other game. All of this indicates a pattern consistent with human hunting of mammoths, said Ben Potter, an archaeologist and professor of anthropology at UAF. Researchers at UAF's Alaska Stable Isotope Facility then analyzed thousands of samples from Elma's tusk to recreate her life and travels. Isotopes provide chemical markers of an animal's diet and location. The markers are then recorded in the bones and the tissues of animals and remain even after they die. Mammoth tusks are well suited to isotopic study because they grew throughout the animal's lives, with clearly visible layers appearing when split lengthwise. Those growth bands gave researchers a way to collect a chronological record of a mammoth's life by studying isotopes in samples along the tusk. Much of Elma's journey overlapped with that of a previously studied male mammoth who lived 3,000 years earlier, demonstrating long-term movement patterns by mammoths over several millennia. In Elma's case, they also indicated that she was a healthy 20-year-old female. So here's Audrey Rowe, who's lead author on this paper here. So this mammoth was a young adult in the prime of life. Her isotope showed that she was not malnourished at the time that she died in the same season as the seasonal hunting camp at Swan Point where her tusk was found, said senior author Matthew Wooler, the guy from up there, who is director of the Alaska Stable Isotope Facility and a professor at UAF's College of Fisheries and Ocean Sciences. The era in which Elma lived may have compounded the challenges posed by the relatively recent appearance of humans. The grass and shrub-dominated steppe landscape that had been common in interior Alaska was beginning to shift toward more forested terrain. Huh. Interesting. Climate. At the end of the Ice Age, fragmented mammoths preferred open habitat, potentially decreasing movement and making them more vulnerable to human predation, Potter said. Huh. And here is the paper right here. And it is open access. Here's a link to the paper right there. Yeah. So sorry, that was just a V. There we go. That's pointing at the link in the chat. Nice. A female woolly mammoth's lifetime movements ended in an ancient Alaskan hunter-gatherer camp. Oh boy, that's sad to think about. Oh man. But yeah. Very cool. Wow. I'm gonna have to look at this offline to really get a good sense of how they did all this. It's gonna take a while, but cool stuff. Cool stuff. Yeah. Oh, pretty neat. Pretty neat. Summary life history of this study's woolly mammoth within the geographic, climatic, altitude, and early archaeology of Alaska. So they're actually able to track the path of this mammoth using ancient isotopes. That is incredible. Holy cow. Very, very cool. It's amazing that they have that kind of resolution with isotope data. I mean, with dinosaurs, we're able to figure out that, like, oh, certain dinosaurs would have lived up near the mountains or down in the lowlands. We can figure out if there would have been snow on top of the mountains when certain dinosaurs were alive, because isotopes in, you know, different parts of, like, you get different oxygen isotopes in different settings. So, like, when you have water that's meltwater coming down from snow in the mountains, or glaciers in the mountains, that's going to give a different isotopic signature than, like, pond water down in the lowlands. And we can identify those different oxygen isotopes, and from that, tell where these animals were drinking from. But this is so much more detailed than that, and I think that's because it's so much more recent. You just have so much more data available for study because, you know, the evidence hasn't been lying out for 100 million years. It's just a few thousand years here. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, very cool. If you're wondering about how different isotopes work like that, let's see. Isotope analysis in climate science. Let's take a look at this right here to help explain how this works.
If you wanted to know what the Earth's surface temperature was 10 years ago, averaged over the whole planet,
No
you
closed
could look it
captions
up.
here, sorry.
Scientists have compiled measurements of ocean and land surface temperatures from instruments at the surface and on satellites, and you can find websites where these data sets are freely available. Now, what if you wanted to know the Earth's temperature from 10,000 years ago, or 10 million years ago? For most of Earth's history, people weren't around to measure the temperature and other indicators of ancient climates. Luckily, nature has provided us with climate proxies.
What statistic do you mean, Harry and Salamander? Which statistic?
Chemical, physical, or biological records from the past that preserve and substitute for direct measurements of things like temperature and rainfall. For example, scientists have been able to estimate the ocean's temperature and the amount of ice on the continents, we're talking big ice sheets like Antarctica, from millions of years ago by doing chemical analysis of the fossilized shells of tiny organisms that lived at the bottom of the ocean.
Foraminifera. Very cool.
This image, taken under a microscope, shows one of these creatures.
A foram?
It's a type of organism called foraminifera, and it's less than a millimeter wide.
Yep. If you want to learn more about foraminiferans, right here on Twitch, because these critters are still around today, obviously, and you can find them. You yourself can go find them in freshwater or, you know, saltwater environments. Go follow Pacific Plankton. Go do it right now. She does microscopy streams here on Twitch, and she's always looking at forams and diatoms and all kinds of really, really cool microscopic ocean critters. She looks at them under the microscope, and it's neat because watching her streams, they're always very, very chill. She's got a very soothing voice. And it kind of helps you see the world in a different way. Have a different perspective on things. You know, here on Paleontologizing, you know, we're talking about the Earth's ancient past. You know, we're talking about the history of life on Earth over hundreds of millions of years, occasionally billions of years. This is a different kind of scale. A much smaller scale. It's much more micro in its purview. And anyway, Pacific Plankton does a great job of kind of walking you through that, and you should go check her out. Yeah. And hey, Lumiere, how are you doing?
So
Welcome back.
Small. Tell us about things so vast as the ocean.
And yeah, Cass, forms are beautiful. So
as background to answering that question,
and radiolaria.
We need to understand a little bit about the chemistry of atoms. Chemical elements such as oxygen and carbon.
Loris, I'll try and remember that, Loris.
Isotopes, forms of the atom that have the same number of protons but different numbers of neutrons.
Yep. And so when we're talking about isotopes like this, I think it might help to look at a periodic table. Going back to, like, middle school chemistry here. But here is a periodic table of the elements. So we'll look at oxygen right here, for instance. Oxygen, the non-metal. And it's got a proton number of 8 right there. So the atomic number is 8. It's got 8 protons. But it can have a varying number of neutrons. And varying numbers of neutrons, which have a neutral charge, is what creates different isotopes. Got that? Yeah.
Elements, such as oxygen and carbon, have different isotopes, forms of the atom that have the same number of protons, but different numbers of neutrons.
And if they had different numbers of protons, well, what would happen then, chat? If different atoms have different numbers of protons, then what gives with them? What would they be? Particle physics. Well, just briefly, you know? We're just dipping our finger in there, Dinosaur Dave. Yeah. Rhacodactylus, yes, indeed. You would have different elements if they were different numbers of protons. Like here. Each one of these, this is not actually the most helpful one. Let's look at this right here. That's better. Yeah. These numbers right here. Like this one here. Iron has got 26 protons. That's why it's iron. If it had 25, it wouldn't be iron anymore. It would be, is this manganese? Or magnesium? I always get those mixed up. MN. It's not Minnesota. Is it manganese or is it... Or is it magnesium? It's manganese. Yeah, manganese. So like a different number of proton totally changes the charge and it makes it a different kind of element. You know? But not so with neutrons. Neutrons, you can change the numbers and it's just like a different flavor of that element. It's not a different element. It's just a slightly different flavor. You know, a different isotope. Yeah, your favorite sports team. Yeah, the Springfield Isotopes, Honor, right? I feel like we can find a better video here, though. Yeah, here, let's try... Let's see. Let's try this one, maybe. Because this is going to have more direct bearing on our mammoth study here. Because this is looking at ancient diets with stable isotope analysis. This is looking at it for humans, but it's the same, you know, the same information applies here. Yeah, bioarchaeology. Cool. Oh, she's too quiet. Oh.
So, my name is Michelle Alexander.
There we go.
I am a lecturer here at the University of York. I am a specialist in stable isotope analysis to understand the diet of people in the past. When you're looking at
We're left of
isotopes
the
that are
table?
used
I'm
in
not
terms of
sure,
diet, they're
Lawrence.
stable. So when you eat something, the signature of that food in terms of its isotopes is retained and stays the same once it reaches your body tissues. You are continuously renewing your bone. So when you eat something, that signature will stay for as long as it takes that bone to completely be replaced. And that usually takes about 10 or so years. Teeth, on the other hand, are a little bit different. They form in sort of layers, if you like, all the way down to the bottom of the root. So if I look at this tooth root, what it will tell me is what someone's diet was like between the time that that tooth was forming. If we're looking at a first molar, that might be between sort of 0 years and sort of 10 years of life. What we're interested in is looking at the protein within bones. To do that, we need to dissolve away the hard part of the bone, so the mineral, and then we filter the protein to make sure that we get just the protein. We weigh it out into tiny tin capsules and we burn it in a mass spectrometer. The burning it just releases it as a gas to measure the isotope ratios. We look at carbon and we look at nitrogen. If you're plotting down here on the graph with a kind of low carbon and low nitrogen, then you're probably eating plant-based diet with some probably animal foods in there. High carbon, high nitrogen puts you over here where you're looking at seafood. If you are eating a bit of seafood and a bit of kind of land animal protein.
Rampaging in an unsuspecting world.
Holy cow.
Creatures from the dawn of time. What havoc will they wreak? What lives will they destroy?
Octavius King.
What depths of panic and terror will they create?
Octavius King, thank you for the raid. How are you doing?
And their 52 raiders have arrived to wreak some sweet, sweet havoc.
Welcome back to Paleontologizing. How are you doing, Octavius King? It's good to see you here. Holy cow. Tell me how your stream went. How are the rats doing? What kind of mischief, chaos, what kind of havoc did they wreak? What kind of crimes did they get away with today? But T-Days, it's good to have you here. Mauve Cube, Frankie D, and Deepest Blue Dragon. How are you all doing? Welcome back to Paleontologizing. All of the crimes, says Mauve Cube. You know, good for them. Yeah. What's the slogan there? I guess it would be rodent, do crimes. But yeah. Anyway, it's so good to have you here, everybody. And if anybody's here for the very first time, but allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach, you know? As a dinosaur paleontologist, I study dinosaurs. I work on dinosaurs. I publish on them. I dig up dinosaurs during the summer. And I'm here talking about dinosaurs on Twitch right now, so I'm glad you're here. Yeah. And much mischief, small fights. Nice. Yeah. We learned that rats have 4 hands and 37 feet. Is that right, Deepest Blue Dragon? Or, sorry, Grumpy Steen. Well. Shoot. Oh! Darn, that reminds me. Speaking of rats and mammals and, we've got a game of Metazua that we've got to get into here. You would like this, everybody from Octavius King. If you've not seen this before. This is an animal guessing game called Metazua. And I'm trying to break my current record, my current streak. Yeah. There's only 1 mystery animal per day, but you get 20 guesses to figure it out. Yeah. We gotta figure out what our mystery animal is, and so... let's do it.
Hold on to your butts.
Yeah. This just refreshed like 5 minutes ago, so we've got a new one for today. Let's do it now. And Murph says, walrus? Well, I don't want anybody to, like, accidentally give me the answer, so I'm just gonna... Well, Murph, you're not gonna do that to me. I like to start off with a placental mammal as my first guess, because this game is very mammal-heavy. So let's guess walrus to start with. Ooh. And see, when you start off with a placental mammal, not a marsupial or not a monotreme, mammal that has a placenta, you, it's often a good place to start. So we know it's a Boroeutherian mammal, which could be, I think it could be a rodent, for those of you who came in with Octavius. Let me show you what we mean here. On this other tree of life, we'll use this as kind of a roadmap. So this is all life on Earth right here. As far as we know, every creature that exists here on our planet Earth, or has ever existed here on our planet Earth, all came from a common ancestor about 3.8 billion years ago. Everything has diverged from that, evolved from it. And so, let's go to mammals here, of which you and I and rats and rabbits are all mammals. Mammals right here. Roughly 5,000 species of mammals today. We've got Therian mammals, Eutherian mammals, the placental mammals, and then Boroeutherian mammals. So, I guessed walrus here for our mystery animal of the day, and that wasn't it. We didn't get it on the first guess. It would have been kind of lame if we had gotten it on the first guess, but thankfully we didn't. But this game is cool because it will show you the most exclusive clade. A clade is a group of animals that all have a common ancestor. It'll show you the most exclusive clade that contains your guess and the mystery animal. And the most exclusive one so far is Boroeutheria. So we know it's this group. But that also gives us a huge set of clues here. And if we're clever, we can use that to our advantage. So since I guessed walrus, and a walrus is going to be up in here. A walrus is kind of carnivoran mammal. We know it's not a carnivoran. And we know it's not a Laurasiathere. So from that, since Boroeutheria over here is the most exclusive clade that includes the mystery animal and our guess, we can cross this branch off. We know it's not on this branch. So we know it's not a bat, or a cat, or a weasel, or a rhino, a hedgehog, or a goat, or a whale, or anything like that. We know it's not within Laurasiatheria. Which means that what we have left over are the Euarchontoglires. This is rodents. This is primates. This is lagomorphs like rabbits. So yeah. Monocle Drop says, why isn't it within Laurasiatheria? Because we guessed walrus. And walruses are up in here. And so if it were within Laurasiatheria, it would say Laurasiatheria right there. But instead, the best it's giving us is Boroeutheria, which tells us it's not a Laurasiathere. It's got to be on the other branch of Boroeutheria. Euarchontoglira. So, yeah. Does that make sense? Thanks for asking, Monocle Drop. Good questions. But yeah. So we can cross most of these off. We know it's not a bat, it's not a hedgehog, it's not a cat. It's not going to be a pangolin, because they're related to carnivorans. It's not going to be rhinoceros. It's not going to be any one of these animals or anything close to them. It's going to be one of these guys. A rodent, a primate, a prosimian, maybe a colugo, maybe a rabbit, Maybe something like that. There's a bunch of different critters, including your beloved rodents there, Octi. Yeah. Could be a Jeroboa. Grumpy Steen. Could be. Could be. So what I'm going to try and do here, since I'm almost positive it's a Uarchontoglier, I would have to be gravely mistaken for it not to be. It's either in Uarchonta, which is the primates and their relatives, or it's in the rodents and their relatives, Glires. So what I'm going to try and do is let's try and knock these out. We'll guess a rodent or rabbit or relative. And then if that's right, it'll say, oh yeah, it's within clade Glires. If it's not, if it doesn't say that, we know it's a Uarchonta. It's part of Uarchonta over here. So let's go ahead and search. Give me the name of a rodent, chat. Let's do rat. In honor of that Octi raid there. And ooh, it is a Uarchontoglier. Oh wait, no, shoot, I'm reading this wrong. It's not within Glyra. It is not within Glires here. It's not. Which means it's a Uarchontan. And since I don't think they have tree shrews in this game, tree shrew is not an option. No. It's either going to be a lemur, a monkey, or an ape. It's going to be some kind of primate. Because I don't think they have colugos either, right? Colugo. Nope. They don't. Yeah. So it's got to be a primate. Baboon, says Dinosaur Dave? It could be. It could be. So what I like to do here to try and use as few guesses as possible, try and get the high score, is I try and lop off some of the branches. So there's 121 species within Strepsirini. We could try and eliminate the lemurs, but I kind of doubt it's going to be a lemur. It's probably some sort of haplorhine. Could be a seminiform. Monkey and or ape. The thing is, this game doesn't actually have that many individual animals in it. So, like, monkey apparently doesn't show up? What? But gibbon does. Chimpanzee. They have chimpanzee and bonobo, but they don't have any monkeys? Whatever. Maybe let's try gibbon. Or do they have baboon? They do have baboon. Let's see which would be... Let's try and be strategic about this. Let's have some strategery. Old world monkeys. Old world monkeys and apes. New world monkeys. Where's a baboon on here? It's going to be in the old world monkeys and apes, I betcha. Yeah, genus Papio for the baboons. Yeah. The Cercopithecines. Interesting. At this point, we might as well just guess. I guess. Let's guess baboon. Let's see if that gets us anywhere. Oh! It's within Cercopithecine. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Okay, it's King Kong, says the Wiz. Oh boy. Kingus Kongus. Kongus Rex. Yeah. So, we know it's within Cercopithecine. We know it's within this, but it's not It's not within genus Papio. It's not a baboon. Vervets, guenions. Oh man, there's so many species of primates that I'm not aware of. Different monkeys. Monkeys. Monkeys everywhere. Macaques. I didn't actually search macaques. Let's search macaque. This might be it, chat. This might be it. Or it could be a mandrill. Well, mandrill is also a possibility. Let's try and be strategic about this. No, see, if it were a macaque or a baboon, yeah. If it were a macaque, it would probably show Papio inini. And it's not. It's showing us Cercopithecinae. Cercopithecinae. Like, these names. I recognize where that comes from. That's like Australopithecus. It's the same root word. I guess that means like ape or human relative, Pithecus. Cercopithecidae, the old world monkeys. But no, it's not that. It's Cercopithecinae. It's more specific. Oh boy. You would think they would have this clade, but that might be programmed into the game. Oh boy. It's wild that monkey is not. Yeah, let's try mandrill. You know?
Hold on to your butts.
Let's try it. And that's it. Very nice. Oh, man. Excellent. Yeah. This is a little confusing because this is the clade that it should have shown us when I searched baboon, right? And it didn't. So the game isn't perfect. You can try and outsmart it, but sometimes you're too smart for the game, you know? Yeah. But not too shabby. Did that in 4 guesses. Not too shabby at all. Going from millions of animal species down to a particular one. Mandrillus sphinx. The mandrill. We got that in just 4 guesses. Not too shabby. See, when you know your phylogenetic trees, and you know how to read them, and you know a thing or two about animal phylogeny, it helps out a lot. So yeah, not too shabby. And we did that, yeah, just 4 guesses. It's 16 remaining. Oh, man. Not too shabby. Yeah. Clade was given a list of genera in the Apioideae. Oh no, Diagonal. Yowza. Yeah. But yeah, this is a fun game, and I like it a lot. It's called Metazoa, in case you want to check it out. And there's a lot like the game Wordle. There is a new one every day. Yeah. And this person had some thoughts about it. What is this?
My name is Steve Horton, and this is a Basingstoke Makerspace presentation. This video is about a web-based game called Metazoa, which gives you a new game every day, like Wordle and Where Taken. But this one is based on biological classifications.
Of animals.
I think it's well worth having a go at. you can find it at the address shown here. The game randomly selects an animal and the player has to guess what it is. As you type in your guesses, the game lists the 10 closest animals and you pick the value that you want to try.
Looking at this from like a programming perspective, I think.
Grouping that contains both your animal and the target. In this case, bilatera.
Bilateria. That's animals with bilateral symmetry. Anyway, yeah. Anyway, Lumiere, I believe, had a comment for me there. And Numpty McNumpty Face says, I'm terrible at games like this. I would have given up ages ago. Numpty McNumpty. I appreciate you. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Sorry it took me a minute to get to your comment. Yeah. Lumiere says, I study law and philosophy. I have a master's degree in both fields, but I lack knowledge in sciences. Should I use available resources, books, and work alone? Or a university degree is a necessity to perform in a field and have a systematic view of it. Lumiere, or Laurie? So that was Loris, right? Is it Laurie? It depends what you want to do. If you want to be involved in a field like paleontology, you don't necessarily need a degree. The best piece of advice that I can give anyone, if they would like to get involved in paleontology and do work in fossil science, the best thing that you can do is to just start working in it. See if you can volunteer in a museum or volunteer on a field crew. Go out and dig up fossils with some paleontologists. We always need help in museums, in laboratories, out in the field, doing field work. That is the best way that I can... The best piece of advice that I can give you is to just get involved. And if you're the sort of person who can't necessarily afford to volunteer at an institution like that, but you dream of becoming a paleontologist, but you just can't afford to work unpaid, see if you can get a job in the museum in some other capacity, as a custodian, working the front desk, or in tech support, or whatever else. Anything that you can do to get yourself within the walls of that museum so that you can interact with paleontologists there, and you never know what'll come out of that. But that physical proximity is so important. That's how I got my start as a paleontologist, was in high school, back before I had to work for a living, when I was still living with my mom. Now, I still had a hot meal every night. You know, there would be dinner on the table. I didn't have to pay for that necessarily. I had the wherewithal that I could volunteer at a paleontology museum. It wasn't right next to my house or anything. I had to, you know, get myself to the train station and then take the train to go to the museum. But man, was it worth it. Being able to interact with paleontologists, work on fossil specimens, work in curation, laboratory work, assist visiting researchers while they were visiting the collections, do all kinds of stuff like that. Just be able to spend time with paleontologists, that was incredibly important, and that's how I got my start in the field of paleontology. Does that make sense? Yeah. And Laurie says... oh, Loris like the animal. Oh, okay. You got it, Loris. Cool. Laura says, I would like to know the foundations of each scientific field, biology, geology, etc. Yeah, I think a lot of this, Loris, is going to depend on what your particular style of learning is. How do you learn best? Do you learn best in a classroom setting? I don't learn very well in a classroom setting, oftentimes. I learn best at a self-directed pace or learning directly from other people doing work in whatever field it is. So yeah, if you like taking classes, I would recommend, if you have the wherewithal, take some classes in different scientific fields and get a good foundational knowledge in each of those fields. That's easy to do, at least, for the reason that entry-level classes will usually teach you the basic foundations of a particular scientific discipline. If you're interested in geology, you can take a geology class, and Geology 101 will teach you the basics of geology. Biology 101, well, biology is such a broad field, holy cow, but it will teach you some of the basics of biology. I would recommend taking an evolution class as well, because sometimes that's not covered well enough in biology classes, and that's extremely important for understanding. Yeah, it really depends on what your particular style of learning is. Yeah. Otter Do It says physics and chemistry are both excellent foundations for all other sciences. I would actually tend to disagree about that, Otter. Shoot, I don't think, especially physics. Physics is not a good basis for the biological sciences. It's really, really not. Physics is a good basis for, it's a good foundational basis for chemistry. And maybe for geology, too. It's not good for biology. Biology is so much more complex than physics, and it doesn't really draw on physics that much. Chemistry can give you an okay basis for biology, but still, biology kind of needs a foundation all its own, in my opinion. And speaking as someone who's spent some time with physicists, who have zero understanding of biology. It's wild. I don't know. Some people who know a lot about physics, they think that makes them an expert in science in general, and that is, they are woefully unprepared for the biological sciences. They often have the same level of understanding as, like, I don't know, like a creationist sometimes, you know? Yeah. But yeah, not to dig on physicists here. That's not what I'm trying to do. Oh, even though it sounds like that, I promise I'm not. But yeah, biology is just a totally different game. You know? There's a tiny bit of overlap, but not very much, honestly. Yeah. Frictionless sphere. Exactly, Fall Machine. Yeah. Yeah. And HDNHB says, biological sciences, a physicist. Yeah. I don't know. There does seem to be a very unhealthy tendency toward, arrogance in some of the physicists that I've met. There's definitely a Dunning-Kruger thing going on. They don't recognize how little they know about the biological sciences and how much more complex they are than physics. In physics, things tend to be neat and tidy because you're dealing, in comparison with the biological sciences, because you're dealing with some of the most simple. You're dealing with science at its simplest, honestly. At its least complex, because you're dealing with the fewest levels of complexity. You're dealing with the very basic building blocks of the universe. You know how, like, I've gone on this rant so many times, but I'll do it again. People say that chemistry is applied physics. And I think to a large extent that's true. Geology is like applied chemistry. And paleontology is like applied geology with this entirely different thing, biology, thrown into that also. Paleontology is one of the most complicated, complex, multifaceted sciences there could be. Because you're dealing with all of these added layers of complexity. From physics at the bottom, to chemistry, geology, and then biology over here, and then paleontology, which also encompasses history and meteorology, climatology, biomechanics, so many other things. Does that make sense? Yeah. And, hang on a second. I'm getting a... Well, no. Let's screen the call. Phone is blowing up right now, and I think it's all spam. But yeah. And Hornsfan says, I teach in medical school, and we have seen a ton of changes in how we teach our material as our understanding about how teaching styles and efficient learning has evolved. We've shifted to a more self-paced learning than I experienced when I was a learner. So yeah, learning styles are important. Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, hang on a second. Here, hang on. Oh, hello? Hello? Shoot. Sorry about that. Here. Hang on just a second, everybody. There we go. Yeah. My earbud is dying. Hang on. Everything's happening at once. Let's hope this replacement is charged and ready. There we go. Miss Yvette says, fast typing skills, Danny. Yeah, just trying to do 20 things at once here. Get this thing synced up. Search. Waiting. Come on now. Try to put this in pairing mode. It's really irritating that some of these buttons on newer electronics don't have like a clicky feature where you just kind of put pressure on them. You don't know if it's registered or not. And I don't know if that's just really, really poor craftsmanship nowadays or if it's just cheaper to make them that way or what, but it's really aggravating sometimes. I feel like products on, especially on Amazon, just get worse and worse with every passing year. And it's impossible to just order the old one because those listings disappear. They just discontinue them. So I guess the profit margin has a tendency to decline. It's like, you know, economics 101. But being able to find this same earbud that I've been using for 4 years now, just haven't been able to find it anywhere. Maybe I should check eBay. Because these new ones are just dog water. They're garbage. Yeah. Casey Snort says, agreed, I miss buttons. Yeah. 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 And touch controls. I wouldn't buy a car that has a touchscreen, Steely Dan. Like, just don't trust it. Yeah. No feedback on buttons. Bad, broken as designed. Yeah, exactly, Pendrake. Yeah. This is... Oh, goodness. And it's just not... syncing up. Hang on a sec. Let me go grab... another one. I can't tell if the music is still going. It is. Good. Just a second here. Try earbud number 3. Alright. There we go, that's working. Now this one was twice as expensive as the first earbud that I got. The sound quality is like half as good. Let's see. Yeah, good stuff. Anyway, I'm back. Sorry for the distraction, everybody. Yeah. And Casey Snowart, you're not a Luddite, you drive a car. No, a CD player is a nice thing to have. I have a CD player in my car. It's really nice. I can burn CDs for it. And it's got an auxiliary jack, too. But yeah. Also, the use of the word Luddite as pejorative kind of irks me a little bit. Like, the Luddites were the good guys. Do people not know that history? And they got crushed by the man, you know? Yeah. Yeah. You'd have to be opposed to printing presses, says Mayor Space. Well, they weren't opposed to the machines themselves. They were opposed to, like, corporate control over those things. They were fighting against the man, and... Anyway. Yeah. They're replacing human labor by machine. Exactly, Casey Snowart. And that's, you know... Yeah. Anyway. A gramophone player. Really, fall machine. Nice. Yeah. But anywho. Yeah. There you go, Roseanne. See, Roseanne knows what's up. The Luddites didn't hate machines or progress. They hated that greedy bosses chose to use machines to debase their work lives, prioritizing the boss's own profit over the workers' quality of life. Yes. And now all of us are just expected to nod and say, yes, sir, and just accept that kind of treatment nowadays. They actually tried to do something about it. And I think many of them were actually killed for doing that. But, yeah. But, yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Before we get into Thursday BIRDSday, why don't we, I kind of forget what we were talking about. Isotopes and stuff, and frankly, I've lost a little bit of interest in that. I don't feel compelled to dive back into that. I feel like that moment has passed. Why don't we continue our Tyrannosaur video that we were watching, that we've been trying to get through for the past, like, week or so. I printed this last week and just painted it over the weekend. The paint is not done. I still have to, well, there's a lot of painting left to do, and some smoothing and some other work, but this is a small Tyrannosaur skull. Depending on who you ask, this is either a juvenile Tyrannosaurus, or it is a adult or nearly adult Nanotyrannus. Whether or not Nanotyrannus is actually a different genus of dinosaur than Tyrannosaurus is a matter of ongoing debate among theropod dinosaur paleontologists. There was a new paper about this at the beginning of this year. An optic nerve, this is exactly what we're talking about here.
Ontogeny.
Yeah, optic nerve. 29 months of support from Optic Nerve. Thank you very, very much. And that is the name of the game here, ontogeny. The changes that a creature undergoes throughout its lifespan. Is that what accounts for this looking different from an adult Tyrannosaurus? Or is it a different animal entirely? We know that dinosaurs changed a lot as they grew and matured. Does that account for the differences between this, the Cleveland skull, and Tyrannosaurus? Or are they different animals entirely?
Ontogeny.
Here we go. So, you're going to see this same skull in this video clip here. Not this guy. Wait a second.
The more we learn about them, the more we need to ask. Perhaps the most controversial...
And shoot, this is the same exact Stegosaurus outside of the Cleveland Museum of Natural History that I saw this past summer. Right there. In Cleveland, Ohio. He's since been repainted. But yeah, face is wonderful. Yeah, he's very, very contented looking, this Stegosaurus. Yeah. Yeah. This Stegosaurus model actually dates back to the 1960s. It's got a long history, this one. Goes all the way back to the 1964 World's Fair. There we go. Take a look.
World's Fair, a world of wonders that flourished 200 million years ago. A vanished world, recreated by Sinclair.
Yeah.
Youngsters and adults alike stand in awe of a world that was. Here, too, there are interesting favorites. The ponderous Trachodon, 32 feet long and 14
We would now call this
feet high,
Edmontosaurus.
1,500 teeth, and not a single cavity. Tyrannosaurus, king of the tyrant lizards. Not much on looks, maybe, but popular with many visitors.
And that is, yeah, that is appropriately sized, Dr. Irrefutable. They got a little bit bigger than that.
Fiercest creature that ever lived.
Oh, and don't make me go into Trachodon versus Edmontosaurus. That's a whole thing, Casey Snowart. Oh boy, another time. Yeah.
A real mean kid. With 6-inch daggers for teeth.
No, you're good, Casey. You're good.
Of his neighborhood.
Yeah.
Triceratops, sort of a 30-foot walking battering ram.
Yep.
That skull measures 7 feet.
So a bunch of these different models like this now exist at different locations around the United States. Some of them have been molded and cast, replicated. Some of them are the original, like this one. Uncle Beasley Triceratops. There we go. Yeah. Located near Lemur Island in the National Zoological Park, National Zoo, in Washington, D.C. Keep off the dinosaur. I like that sign. Yeah. And yeah, those sprawling forelimbs, they didn't actually walk like that, Lenina. You're right. Yeah. Yeah. The statue... Oh, it's modeled after one of the 9 dinosaurs of different species that Jonas designed and constructed for the Sinclair Oil Corporation's pavilion at the 1964 New York World's Fair. Yeah. Barnum Brown, the discoverer of Tyrannosaurus Rex, helped design those, as did Ned Colbert. Ned Colbert's wife designed the logo.
It's a very costly business nowadays to articulate a dinosaur.
Alas, no riding that dinosaur. Anyone got an ostrich instead?
Go Rocks, thank you for those 500 bits there. I really appreciate that. Holy cow. You're the first one to ever trigger that new alert. Did you see that? Very nice, Gowrox. Very nice. I just uploaded that today. Thank you for the support, Gowrox. Thank you very much. And It's Evolution, hello to you. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, Ned Colbert's wife drew the logo for SVP. The Society of Vertebrate, the only SVP that matters. The Society of Vertebrate Paleontology with the, it's a Facebook one. It's not going to embiggen. Anyway, it's a pic, and then I think some Ariops vertebrae. The vertebrae of some kind of vertebrate animal there. Yeah. There we go. I don't know. But yeah, she drew that logo. She designed it in the first place. She was a scientific illustrator. And there's a lovely book by her that I haven't read yet. Right? No. Anyway, Margaret Colbert. Oh, Margaret Colbert was her name. And she was actually the daughter of a prominent paleontologist, and then got married to a younger paleontologist. She was the daughter of William Diller Matthew, wasn't she? Edwin H. Colbert. There we go. Yeah. Married Margaret Matthew, daughter of the eminent paleontologist William Diller Matthew. And, yeah. That's Edwin Colbert. He was married to Margaret Colbert, who unfortunately doesn't have a Wikipedia article about her. Rumor has it, within the field of paleontology, that apparently Margaret Colbert first dated Barnum Brown, who also worked at the American Museum of Natural History. And apparently Edwin Colbert really disliked Barnum Brown, who is sort of legend has it that he was a bit of a ladies' man. And Edwin Colbert strongly disliked him. I'm not going to get into the details, but there's legends about this. Anyway. But yeah, shoot, we were going to talk about Stegosaurus here. Ankylosaurus.
Those thin, bony plates. If the situation's body long, weighing 4.
Here we go.
Stegosaurus.
Look at that contented face.
Long, weighing
Beautiful.
4 tons. A versatile sort of chap. He won a lot of arguments in his time, but very few beauty contests.
Oh, don't say that. I think she's beautiful. Yeah, holy cow. What a gorgeous animal at the Cleveland Museum of Natural History. I think this, I don't know if it's the original that's in Cleveland. Steggy. Looking back on nearly 50 years of Steggy. There we go. Yeah. Served as the museum's unofficial greeter for almost 50 years. Yeah. The original was, Hudson, New York, 1964. So yeah, it's not the original, but a replica of the original. The one that you saw there from the 1964 World's Fair. What a great picture there. Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah. After nearly 30 years of hordes of children patting its head and climbing on its back, the first Steggy retired to greener pastures in 1997. So that would have been after... I'll give you a link to this if you want to learn more about Steggy's life. Or Steggy's selfie, sorry. That's the URL there. But yeah, 1997, the original was retired. And you can see why. Several of those dorsal plates are already missing here. This is back in, what, 1991 or something like that? 1988. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Stegosaurus is wonderful, Risa Degu. I agree.
The question of all concerns their fate. In 1987, Robert Bacher was on a routine visit to the Cleveland Museum of Natural History when he made an intriguing discovery.
That's Farmer State. Oh no, HD.
There are two places to hunt for dinosaurs. You can get yourself a Jeep and go to the Badlands of Montana and dig holes.
Or better yet, a Toyota. He means Jeep in a generic... Before it became synonymous with, like, a brand, Jeep was just... That was a term for, you know, like, an off-road vehicle. Before it was, like, heavily commercialized. Anyway.
You can find new kinds of dinosaurs. Then there's the other place. You can go to a basement like this, a gloomy place, where museums keep their research collections in careful storage, specimens collected 20, 30 years ago, waiting for the scholar to come by and read the bones. And these new discoveries of dinosaurs in basements and in the Badlands are challenging everything
There you go, Steely Dan Young.
Was true about dinosaurs.
Ford made those back in World War II.
We've got to rethink
Jeeps
the
were
ideas
Fords.
that dinosaurs were cold-blooded. Rethink the idea that they were stupid and slow, and rethink the idea that they died without descendants. And guaranteed, in museums like this, there'll be every year new discoveries about dinosaurs.
Relegated to a dusty shelf for more than 40 years was a fossil that bore an uncanny resemblance to Tyrannosaurus rex. Bacher renamed it Nano-Tyrannus, the pygmy tyrant.
Yeah.
Now, the really neat thing...
Does that look familiar, chat? Does that look familiar? It'll look more familiar once I get it painted exactly the same way. But there we go. That's it.
Nano-Tyrannus, the pygmy tyrant.
Now, the really neat thing about this head is that it's a downsized version of the most famous dinosaur in the world, that is Tyrannosaurus rex. Now, you look at T-Rex, you've got an animal with a head 4 feet long, with a body that's 5 or 6 tons. Nano is a close relative, a head only as big as a polar bear, a body maybe 600 pounds, pony size. And yet the little dinosaur and the giant dinosaur share the same architectural stamp. You look at this head with the eye of an...
It's... Is it because it's a, like, is it the same dinosaur? Which I'm of the opinion that it most likely is. Or is it a different dinosaur? Anyway, this whole thing...
You have...
brings us back to this documentary.
In the harsh badlands of Montana, a creature no one has ever seen before is unearthed. From the very moment of discovery, dinosaur experts struggle with the question of its identity. Looking for answers as to how this animal lived and died, they set out on a quest to solve an ancient puzzle.
Ontogeny.
What is this animal?
This is the Rosetta Stone of meat-eating dinosaurs.
So there's Bob Bacher
There
again.
is no such a thing as a Rosetta Stone in science.
This is an exploration full of intrigue and uncertainty. What seems obvious one moment isn't so the next. What impact will this creature have, and what secrets will it reveal that could change paleontology forever? Follow the adventure of one of the most remarkable scientific finds of the last century. Follow us on the trail of the mystery dinosaur.
The mystery dinosaur. And so we've been watching this for a while, and let's bring it back to here.
For years,
Is one of the
suddenly, this modest museum becomes a destination for paleontologists and dinosaur enthusiasts from around the world.
Oh, you wouldn't believe how excited I was
Petite
when
Prince
I saw these
Encore?
bones.
Yeah.
This is one of the top specimens of a carnivorous dinosaur to come out of the late Cretaceous.
Amidst the fanfare,
So again, there's the Cleveland skull again. That is this same exact one here that I have printed life-size right there. And man, it's going to be cool when it's painted. I thought I might have time for that today, and I didn't have time. YouTube is being so slow. Yeah.
long-standing controversy is reignited. Is this a Nanotyrannus or a juvenile T-Rex? For years, they have been listed as separate species on the dinosaur family
full of rock,
tree.
yeah. It's full of matrix
But there are
there,
some who
HD.
believe they are the same animal.
In 1941, the Cleveland Museum of Natural History collected a small tyrannosaurid skull in southeastern Montana.
Yep.
Now, this single skull has sparked a lot of debate and controversy over the last 60 years. It's gone through several name changes and redescriptions. In the late 1980s, it was named Nanotyrannus lencensis, the pygmy tyrant. Well, that name hung for about 10 years when it was redescribed as a juvenile Tyrannosaurus rex. But the interesting thing is that these paleontologists were arguing over one skull of one specimen. And really, that's why we're excited about Jane, is because Jane has the potential to have so much more material for all these paleontologists to argue about.
My first impression of the bones of Jane, which I've just had a chance to see, is that it is likely going to solve the riddle of Nanotyrannus.
It's complete enough, there's enough of the specimen there that you have a very good chance that you're going to resolve the whole problem of whether Nanotyrannus and Tyrannosaurus rex are the same animals or not.
Finding itself at the center of a scientific firestorm, the Burpee Museum sponsors the Great Dinosaur Debate.
And again, I said this last time, was it yesterday or the day before? But I'll say it again. I love that the Great Dinosaur Debate, you know, is such a modest affair here. You know, it's a modest field. Dinosaur paleontology. I know dinosaurs get a lot of attention. Everybody loves dinosaurs. Ours is not a well-funded field. It is a very small field with not very many professionals. Yeah, if you had some sort of grand debate in, I don't know, particle physics or I don't know, some other scientific field like this, it would probably be a more polished, a more grandiose kind of affair. Not this. Yeah, frugal festivities, Claire Burr. There you go. Yeah. That could be a town hall meeting in Muncie, Indiana. Yeah, well, this is in Rockford, Illinois, so probably not too far from, it's from the upper Midwest. But yeah. Anyway.
In an effort to present all sides of this controversy.
To great, big, thick crunchers. This would have to happen, correct?
All right. Reduced tooth count and great fat teeth.
I've been writing up the morphology of Tyrannosaur teeth, and teeth are so labor intensive that I have no problem saying that I hate teeth. I'd rather have a skull.
Why is this the first Nanotyrannus skeleton that's been found? Because Nanotyrannus is a smaller dinosaur. Smaller dinosaurs there's a preservation bias in the Hell Creek. Sedimentation was not very rapid in the areas where we collect. Therefore, not very many fossils get preserved. If you're something...
I think I disagree with Pete Larson here. I mean, shoot, it's not common to find smaller dinosaurs in the Hell Creek because people just aren't looking for smaller dinosaurs, for the most part. The harder you look for smaller dinosaurs, the more small dinosaurs you're going to find. And it also depends which part of the Hell Creek you're looking in. Are you looking in the upper Hell Creek, the middle, or the lower? You've got different depositional rates in each of these different, horizons in the Hell Creek. And also, that's going to vary geographically as well. So yeah, the Hell Creek Formation, Le Petit Prince, that's where Tyrannosaurus and Triceratops, Pachycephalosaurus, and Ankylosaurus are all from. The Hell Creek Formation. Yeah. Here, maybe the best introduction I can give you to the Hell Creek Formation would be... this. This is actually a video game called Saurian. There's Tyrannosaurus. There's a Dromaeosaur. They call it Dakotaraptor. I don't think Dakotaraptor is valid. There's Triceratops right there. Yeah, this is actually not... Let's see. This is the one I'm trying to find. There we go.
Saurian is an open-world video game intent on providing the most captivating prehistoric experience yet developed. Living the life of a dinosaur from hatchling to adult, surviving in their natural habitat. Saurian is unique for being rooted in rigorous scientific data, literature, and scholarship. Direct
Wonderful game.
collaboration between developers, prominent paleontologists, and other experts ensures Saurian's dinosaurs look, move, and behave as close to the
So this is set in the latest Cretaceous Hell Creek
Saurian's
Formation.
gameplay is based on managing your stamina, thirst, and hunger without falling victim to the environment or becoming another animal's meal. Players will need to draw upon a variety of skills and abilities to survive. Master Dakotaraptors grapple and pounce to subdue combative prey. Avoid the sharp eyes and bone-crushing jaws of Tyrannosaurus rex, and track both predator and prey with keen senses. Brandish your natural defenses as Pachycephalosaurus and Triceratops.
Cool, MS Coggins. How you doing, by the way? Welcome back. Yeah.
Survive long enough to court and reproduce, and pass on your genes to the next generation. Dinosaurs change dramatically as they age. As you grow from
ontogeny.
adult, you'll need to utilize new skills and strategies to match your new niche. As you rise from the bottom to the top of the food chain, other creatures will react to your growth. Predators may see a hatchling Tyrannosaurus as easy prey, but they'll think twice before going near an adult. The ecosystem is just as complex as the dinosaurs themselves. Every detail from the tallest tree to the smallest leaf.
They did a phenomenal job of this.
Scientific rigor based entirely on the available fossil record. Even the weather replicates what is known of the Hell Creek Formation. This is the...
So, what you got to know of time represented here. We don't know. We don't have hard dates on all this. We know the Hell Creek Formation ends about 66 million years ago, when the extinction wipes out the dinosaurs, except for birds. But we're not exactly sure where it starts. Is it 68 million years ago? Is it 69 million years ago? Is it 67 million years ago? We're not totally sure. But we know that there's a lower, a middle, and an upper. And the reason we can divide it into three like that is because we actually have unconformities here. So unconformities in geology are where deposition stops. It's a gap in time. And we don't know how long that lasts. That's another big reason why we don't know exactly how long the Hell Creek is. Yeah. So yeah. Harry says, how long of an area is a formation? It depends. It totally depends. Yeah, it's kind of arbitrary. And a lot of this stuff is like, it's based on the history of its study. So like, well, we'll get to that in a minute. But here, you've got Triceratops in the lower Hell Creek, the middle Hell Creek, and the upper Hell Creek, and they all look different from one another. I was talking about this with Balint last night on his stream, if you remember that. One of you here for that discussion? Talking about anagenesis, lineage evolution. My old crew chief Denver Fowler and John Scannella, who's currently the curator of paleontology at Museum of the Rockies, they published this paper. They had like tons and tons and tons of Triceratops specimens. And they had really good data on where they came from in the rock record. That's what this here is meant to show you. So this is a stratigraphic column. So like this is an illustration of the rock layers. And so if you document where each of these Triceratops came from, you can line them all up properly. And you can watch them evolve over time. And thank you, Anonymous Gifter, for gifting Moobot. I appreciate that. Very nice. Yeah. And so once you do that, you could start to see a smooth transition in Triceratops. This is just their nose horns. They start off pretty small, but as you move up in section through the Hell Creek Formation, the nose horns get bigger and bigger and bigger. This down here has been named a Triceratops horridus. Triceratops is the genus, horridus is the species. This is Triceratops, doesn't have a name yet, it's not been named yet. This is Triceratops prorsus up at the top. The idea is we think these are just one continuous lineage of Triceratops evolving through the Hell Creek, and their nasal horns get bigger and bigger and bigger as time goes on. So can you really call them separate species if they're not actually diverging, if they're not branching? It's a good question. We don't really know. But yeah. Moobot says, welcome, Moobot. There you go. Yeah. I like that, Lenina. So yeah. And there you go, Lenina. Yes. Golganek has that. Yeah. And yeah, it does depend on how you define a species. Exactly, Claire. This is what I was talking about with Balint on his stream for part of the time last night. Yeah. And Hugan might go to the Glen Rose Formation either this summer or next. Very nice. Down in Texas. Very cool. Yeah. And Casey Snowart. Yeah. So with Triceratops, you can also tell how big or small they are. It kind of tells you something about their age. But you can also look at the bone sponginess. You look at the histology of the bones, and that tells you how old or young they are. So that you know that you're comparing adults and juveniles. You're comparing adults to adults, you're comparing juveniles to juveniles. And you need a bunch of specimens to be able to do this. You can't do it if you only have...
Blabbermouth who ruins a movie by telling you how it ends. Well, I say there are some things we don't want to know. Important things.
Dariel, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Yeah. Yeah. But how do you know it's not a young member of a new, different species? Casey, that's a great question, and that's part of the mystery of Nanotyrannus. That's part of that controversy. Yeah, which we'll get to. Yes, indeed. Hornsfan wants to know, how does private land ownership affect paleontology work in general? it didn't used to affect it that much. You used to be able to go to private landowners and be like, hey, you know, we're digging these things up on very slim budgets, and, like, can we give you credit in a paper or something like that if we dig up a dinosaur on your land? Promise we won't mess things up too much. You know? We're usually digging in areas that are not, you know, we're not going to be disturbing your cattle by digging in an area, because there's no grass there anywhere if you're digging up dinosaurs. We're not, like, digging in the middle of a field. We're digging out in the Badlands. But since the kind of rise of commercial paleontology in the 90s, with stuff like Sue the T-Rex, private landowners have gotten this idea that, like, dinosaurs are all worth millions and millions of dollars, and paleontologists are all super billionaires and everything. And it's not like that, so I don't know. We generally can't dig on private land for the most part. We have to dig on public land. And we do that by getting permits and everything. And in the United States, fossils, important vertebrate fossils that are found on public land belong to the people of the United States. And as such, where do they belong?
That belongs in a museum.
They have to go to a museum. On private land, anything goes in the United States. Landowners can do whatever they like with fossils that are found on private land. And a lot of those end up being sold to the highest bidder or something. So they're effectively lost to science. There's no protections for fossils on private land in the US. None. You know? So yeah. Strange rules for private land there, says Le Petit. I agree. In most sane countries, you know, you have laws protecting important scientific specimens, regardless of where they're found. But here in the US, could be the most important dinosaur fossil ever, and legally, a private landowner can take that and throw it into a lake, or give it to their dog to chew on, or blow it up with a firecracker, or whatever they want to do with it. Or they could sell it to a private collector, or they could donate it to a museum, which some very kind landowners have done before. So here, take a look at this. This is a news report from 2017. You might recognize some of the folks in it.
By the Montana Television Network. The 10 o'clock news continues on KRTV, Montana's news leader.
Welcome back. Dan and Lila Redding of Redding Farms have opened their private land north of Rudyard.
Private land?
Paleontologists for the past 35 years.
Yeah.
A section of their land has produced more than a dozen dinosaur skeletons. MTN's Josh Mitty takes us to their latest dig.
We're at Kennedy Coulee, about 26 miles directly north of Rudyard and 2.5 miles south of the Canadian border, where 5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
Yep. This is a really fun
Liz and Denver
summer.
were taking students on a field trip in the Coulee 2 years ago when they spotted armored plates sticking out of the hillside. They came back 2 weeks ago to see what they could dig up.
We didn't know before we started digging how complete this dinosaur was going to be, but we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species. You
can see the bottom of it down here.
That's my old crew chief,
and then the mid shaft
Denver
is,
Fowler.
Quite nice.
There's Liz Friedman Fowler.
Widens out to the joint.
Paleontologists say this armored dinosaur skeleton is 79 million years old, and that skeletons of...
I did not have much time to draw that, and I had like a fountain pen to draw it with. I didn't know that a news crew would be showing up, and I didn't even have like any pictures to reference or anything. But yeah.
This armored dinosaur skeleton is 79 million years old, and that skeletons of dinosaurs from this unique time period keep popping up.
Over the last 10 or so years that I've been digging here, we've found some really great fossils, and many of them are new species because of the exact age of the rocks where we are right now.
A local high school science teacher explored the Coulee about 35 years ago and told the Reddings they were sitting on a dinosaur boneyard. So,
and that's not me, by the way. I know they show me when they say a local science teacher, 35 years. That wasn't me. That was Bob Makala. Jack Horner's old partner in the field. But yeah.
Cooley about 35 years ago and told the Reddings they were sitting on a dinosaur boneyard. So, the Reddings invited top paleontologists to their property and discovered it was one of the best fossil sites in the world.
Yep. So this is Dan and Lila Redding, who are private landowners who do not sell their fossils, nor do they throw them in a lake or anything like that, or give them to a dog to chew on. They let us come and dig on their land for the common good, for the advancement of science, for the benefit of humanity. And for us in particular, too. So, like, huge paleo salute to the Reddings, Dan and Lila. Wonderful people. Not all heroes wear capes. Exactly, MS Coggins. Yes.
And discovered it was one of the best fossil sites in
Yeah.
the world.
We do it for these students. And the honor we got out of that was looking, when they started as a grad student, now most of them are doctors in their field of study, and all have just done amazing things in the field of paleontology.
Liz in Denver will be bringing the skeleton back to Dickinson Museum Center within the week. Over the next few years, they will clean, study, and make copies of the skeleton. Near Rudyard, Josh Menny, MTN News.
Yeah. Good stuff. I'll give you a link to this news report. There we go. Yeah. And, we have a comment there from Claire Burr. She says, hey, I know that guy. Good stuff. Anyway, where were we? We were talking about geological formations, and then we got into, like, private versus public land and all that stuff. But big big props to Dan and Lila Redding. Wonderful people. And is there a Redding Eye dinosaur out there? There will be soon, Murph. There will be soon. There's probably going to be several, I imagine. But yeah. Yeah, Dan and Lila are pillars of the community. I want to make that very clear. Respected by everyone in the little town of Rudyard, Montana. Oh yeah, shoot, here they are there. They help run the museum in Rudyard, too.
Bob Mackla was our science teacher in Rudyard.
Yeah.
And he was an amateur paleontologist along with
There's Jack Horner, my old boss.
Jack Horner. And Bob and I were hunting, sitting on the coulee banks. And he told me that day that I need to protect these bones. Do whatever I could to protect them because this site is very valuable. And over the last 40 years, that's what we've done. That's how it started.
I've never seen this. This is a great new video. This is wonderful.
We work with the museum here in Rudyard because we have dinosaurs on our farm. And we've been doing research on our farm for 40 years. We've worked with Princeton. We've worked with the University of California, Berkeley.
Yeah.
The Museum of the Rockies got
UC
going
Berkeley.
in Bozeman, Montana State University. We started working with them. We work for science. We do not sell our bones. Bozeman is getting so full of dinosaurs, they've been coming back to this museum, and we are enlarging our museum with real bones, not casts. We have the real stuff, and most of it is all local to just our area. So within 30 miles of us, everything in here is real.
Well, our favorite dinosaur is the Gryposaurus.
Gryposaurus, oh yeah.
Sorehead.
That's oh, I was looking for another video when this one popped up, but holy cow. This is a tradition in the town of Rudyard. There we go. Old Sorehead. Gotta love Highline, small town Montana charm.
Coming up on the Highline, even though the winner will be a little more than a figurehead.
MTN's Tim McGonigal went to Rudyard recently in search of the next sorehead.
Yeah. You know about this salamander? Yeah. 596 nice people. It's got to be like 1/3 that nowadays. One old sorehead.
If you've driven east on Highway 2 through Rudyard, you've seen the sign.
The sign itself, you know, people remember it even if they've only been here once or twice.
Rudyard, Montana, 596 people and one old sorehead.
It would be an honor and for how long, nobody knows. It's always been kind of a death sentence. Then we don't have a new one until the old one dies.
The Highline farming community might not have 596 people these days, but they will soon have another sorehead. The town is holding a fundraiser for the Rudyard Senior Center to select the next title bearer. The first since Cliff Ullman, who died in 2014. 10 men are in the running. For $1, voters of all ages can cast their ballot for the candidate of their choice.
It's 2 for Terry.
Legally, of course.
We're just hoping for no Russia interference in the election.
Bob Toner, who runs the Tiorama store in Rudyard, is the town's last living sorehead.
And it's not a life
Over the
sentence.
years, there's been debate on how and when the tradition started. The town's dinosaur.
Yeah, so it's not a lifelong thing. Like they change it out year by year, I think. And so like different like older gentlemen in town can have the title of old sorehead, and then you pass on the baton to somebody else. The reason I'm showing you this is because Dan Redding has been the old sorehead at least once.
Over the years, there's been debate on how and when the tradition started. The town's Dinosaur Museum is the final resting place of an old sorehead, a 75-million-year-old duck-billed Gripposaurus, unearthed 26 miles north of Rudyard in 2003. As for this latest crop of candidates, some feel they're a natural choice.
I thought, what better person to be the old sorehead than one of the county commissioners in Hill County?
Some don't mind self-promoting.
Now these candidates, I don't like any of them. They're all a bunch of soreheads. So, except one, there's one, myself. I'm a nice guy.
Robert's strategy seems to be paying off.
By the way, I'm voting for Bob Christensen.
While the name Sorehead may conjure up thoughts of crankiness, future potential Sorehead candidates say that's not the case.
Someone who's not necessarily mean, but keeps to themselves.
Voting goes until September 18th, and the winners
That's
will
not
be
even
announced
really-
during the North Star Homecoming
Yeah.
Parade, September 23rd.
Come out and stuff the ballot boxes for us. And we'll take money from Idaho, wherever, just as long as you do it.
In Rudyard, Tim McGonigal, MTN News.
Yeah.
Sorehead voting can be done at Rudyard businesses and also online. We have a link on our websites, KRTV and KX.
Nice. Anyway, Dan Redding himself has been the old sorehead at least once, probably multiple times now. But even from Idaho, I know, right? HD from exotic, faraway Idaho. Foreign influence in Montana. All those folks coming in over from Idaho. Yeah.
Everything in here is real.
Well, our favorite dinosaur is the Gripposaurus. We call it the oldest sorehead because the Rudyard sign on the highway is 596 nice people and one old sorehead. So when we dug this guy out behind us in 2004,
224 nice people. Wow, Sparrow Cat. Okay.
And it's one of the first articulated dinosaurs found in this formation.
Yep. This geological formation, which is the Judith River Formation in Rudyard, to do Judith River Formation. Speaking of geological formations here, so this is from before the Hell Creek. This is Campanian in age, but like early Campanian, I think. In fact, some people think that the Judith River Formation should be broken up into smaller constituent formations, that it's too long. And Denver Fowler actually argues that we shouldn't call the rocks near Rudyard, Montana, we shouldn't call them the Judith River Formation. We should call them the Dinosaur Park Formation, because they're actually closer in age to some rocks up north in Canada. Typically, you know, we say that the Judith is in the US, and then you've got the Dinosaur Park Formation and other formations up in Canada. but like that's an arbitrary distinction. Denver's like, no, we should call the Lower Judith the Dinosaur Park Formation near Rudyard. And so, like I said, that things get kind of squishy. This is what I mean, you know? But yeah. But yeah, and it is named after Rudyard Kipling, yeah. But they don't pronounce it Rudyard. They call it Rudyard. There's a local pronunciation for it. Like, I think there's a town in Wisconsin called New Berlin, Wisconsin, or maybe it's just Berlin, Wisconsin, but it's pronounced, it's spelled Berlin. And I think that's during World War I. There was a lot of like anti-German sentiment in the U.S., understandably. And you know that place? Oh, MS Coggins, yeah. New Berlin Retro Roadshow. Yep. Same deal. Where it's spelled the same way, it's pronounced differently.
So
yeah.
when we dug this guy out behind us in 2004, we called him the oldest sorehead of Rudyard. And it's one of the first articulated dinosaurs found in this.
There you go, Lenina. Yeah.
And so he's pretty cool to us.
Well, very cool, Miss Coggins. Nice.
We have to stay with the technology if we're going to advertise out there and get people to pull off of that highway and to come in here.
Yeah.
A lot of times you see a museum sign, you don't really know what you have in that town.
Yep.
So you go in there, and most people are blown away by what they see in this little tiny town in Rudyard for what
Oh,
we
yeah.
have at our museum. And now that we can put this out on the internet and people pull in here and they can bring up the Wi-Fi, it's a lot easier for them to find out more about us.
Nice.
Rudyard's just a nice little community, nice people, and I mean everything in the museum has been done by somebody in the community.
There've been enough people through this community that it don't matter where you go in the U.S., Canada, or around, somebody someplace knows somebody from Rudyard, Montana.
Yeah. I've heard tell that that Shia LaBeouf's dad actually lives in Rudyard. I don't know if that's true. Somebody can look it up. But yeah. Anyway, if you're ever traveling along Highway 2 in Montana, we call this the High Line. Highway 2. It runs roughly, well, I can't say parallel because it's windy, but it runs roughly parallel to the Montana-Canada border there. But Rudyard is in Hill County, right there. It's so small that it's not even like on this map. But that is Highway 2. It runs east out of Idaho and across northern Montana like this. We call this the High Line. Not high like up high, but high like high. And they say they call it that because everyone's super friendly and everyone waves and says hi. And it's generally true. I mean, yeah. Yeah. So if you're ever going on Highway 2, make sure you stop in Rudyard. Go to the Dinosaur Museum there. You'll regret it forever if you don't, you know? Yeah. And Malta and Glasgow, two places so different, so close to each other. Yeah, Narathos. There's also a Moscow, which I guess is not on this map, but, here. Let's try this one. There we go. So there is... Oh, sorry, not Moscow, it's Kremlin. Kremlin, Montana. And there's Rudyard. Yeah. And then over there, there's Malta. I've spent a lot of time in Malta as well. There's an Amtrak station there. Yeah. There's also a Manhattan, Montana, down near Bozeman, where I used to live. So, Bozeman, Belgrade. Not Belgrade. Belgrade is how it's pronounced in Montana. and Manhattan. And there's the Three Forks of the Missouri River that was documented by Lewis and Clark in 1805, I believe. Might have been 1806. Three Forks. The Three Forks of the Missouri River. Lewis and Clark spent a lot of time here. They spent a lot of time in Montana, honestly. Everywhere in Montana, you've got all kinds of Lewis and Clark memorabilia, historic sites. You know, you can't spit without hitting some sort of Lewis and Clark historic landmark or something there. And yeah, there's Lima as well. Although it's called Lima, Montana. That's down here. I've spent some time in Lima as well. There we go. Yeah, Lima, Montana. This is right on the Continental Divide, basically, which divides Idaho and Montana. So the Montana-Idaho border is actually along the Continental Divide there. And so this is where I was digging up dinosaur footprints with Giulio Panacci back in 2018. Yeah. And you're from Lewis and Clark County. There you go, Jaded Fairy. Very nice. That's where Helena is, right? Yeah. Let's see. Lewis and Clark County, right there. Yep, Helena in Lewis and Clark County. So most of the time that I've spent in Montana has been in Gallatin County, where Bozeman is, or up in Valley County and Garfield County. Done a bunch of field work in here, mostly Garfield County. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. But yeah. I'm curious how they pronounce Havre. Havre is how it's pronounced in Airthos in Montana. Havre. I've spent a lot of time in Havre as well. Right up there on the High Line. This is the one big town near Rudyard, so if we actually went to go resupply, we would go to the Walmart in Havre to get groceries and excavation equipment, all that stuff. Yeah. Norwegian for oats. Probably Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah. Elephant Beauty. There you go, Casey. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Yeah. How did we get on this? I don't even know. But it's been fun. And you know what? The wait is over. It's time for Thursday BIRDSday, everyone.
A secret moment in the very beginning of this strange dinosaur's life.
Lady Fiend, thank you.
Been watching for a bit. I love anything dinosaur.
I really appreciate you subscribing there, Lady Fiend, and I really appreciate your support. Thank you for keeping me here on the air. For your financial support. It means a lot to me. It really does. Thank you. Now today is Thursday. And on this channel, Thursday is Thursday BIRDSday. If you're wondering what Thursday BIRDSday is, well, I've got a little video stinger for you. So, why don't we go ahead and get into that, huh? Happy Thursday BIRDSday, everyone.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's gray and Wednesday too. Thursday, I don't care about you. It's Thursday.
Thursday BIRDSday.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday BIRDSday is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday BIRDSday?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. see if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord, and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday BIRDSday is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday BIRDSday!
Well, happy Thursday BIRDSday, everyone. Casey Snowart says, so curious to how long these videos take to put together. A while. That one took me like, I don't know, I wasn't timing myself the whole time, but from start to finish it took several months to put together, just working on it bit by little bit. But yeah. Anyway, you love the video. I'm glad you like it, Claire Burr. Yeah, and I take a particularly long time editing videos, Casey Snowart. It's a laborious process. Yeah. Anyway, let's go ahead and get into Thursday BIRDSday here. Science with Balint has got a Thursday BIRDSday bird for us. Or rather, several. A family friend took this photo in Hungary this past week, and those... I was going to say those look like great egrets, but given that they're in Hungary, they might not be. They might be something else. And they are beautiful. Holy cow. Balint, that's gorgeous. Some kind of egret or heron that's got this beautiful green on its face like that. That's really lovely. Wow. Let's see if we can find great egrets on our Tree of Life, and it might be that. Great egret. There we go. But we've also got the intermediate egret. We've got various herons. I don't know. It probably is a great egret. Let's look them up. There we go. They're found. 4 subspecies are found in Asia, Africa, the Americas, and Southern Europe, which presumably would include Hungary, right? Yeah. I don't think Hungary is Northern Europe. Yeah, and look at that green. This is definitely a great egret. Yeah. Where's the shoddy egret? That one never took off, Risadegu. It tried to speciate and didn't survive. Didn't even become a new species. Yeah. Really lovely there, Balint. Thank you so much for sharing. What a great way to kick off Thursday BIRDSday. Excellent. Yeah. Good stuff. Celeste says, this photo is old, however, I figured I'd share nonetheless. A wedge-tailed shearwater chick in its burrow nest. Oh, burrowing birds are super, super cool. And look at those distinctive nostrils there on the rostrum. Celeste, this is lovely. Actually, that might even be the... I'll just say beak. Rostrum is, I think of as being more distal. Wedge-tailed shearwater. Let's zoom out from herons to them. Wedge-tailed shearwater. Let's just look at shearwaters then. Yeah. The just okay egret. Yeah, the mediocre egret. No, that one before was a great egret. It was great. Shearwaters are these gull-like birds. Very cool. And we're looking for the wedge-tailed shearwater, is that right? Little shearwater, Audubon shearwater, Manx shearwater from Manchester. No, probably not. Mascarene petrel, Newell's shearwater. Balearic shearwater. Fluttering shearwater. Let's just look up. Wedge-tailed shearwater. Ardena pacifica. It's a beautiful name. Sometimes referred to as a mutton bird. It is not on our tree of life. What? What? Oh, sorry. Wrong button.
What? What? What?
It's not on our tree of life here? Let's just look up Ardena. It could be that that is a new genus name. Because these are genus Puffinus. 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 These are all Puffinus.
What?
Yeah. What's the deal with that? What's the deal with that? Pacific petrel, type of monotypic, no subspecies are recognized. Okay. Sister to Buller's shearwater. Let's try that. There we go. Okay. Oh. Why didn't that come up in the search?
What? What?
That's frustrating. Anyway, Puffinus pacificus. So it's been renamed. Yeah. They make up the Thielodroma group, a subspecies within the large shearwaters that for a long time included in the genus Puffinus. There we go. There's light and dark morphs. Side by side with one another. They're cool looking birds. They are. Not your average gull. They are shearwaters instead. How close are they to gulls, though? Genus Laris, the gulls. Let's see. Let's just search gulls. Laridae. They are not close. Wow, that is really cool. That is really cool. Holy moly. Today, in fact, right this moment, I just learned that gulls and shearwaters, not related. Not related. That is a beautiful example of convergent evolution. Holy cow. Convergent evolution, by the way. For those of you who are not familiar with it, this is this concept that that you can have different groups of animals or other organisms. They might evolve similar strategies for like living in their environment, like for instance flight and wings, and be unrelated to each other. So like bats and pterosaurs and birds, not related to each other closely at all. Bats are mammals, birds are a kind of dinosaur, pterosaurs are a kind of archosaur reptile that's very close to dinosaurs. But the point is that they evolved these things independently. Here's a nice illustration of that there. Oh, this is beautiful. Tell somebody photographed this out of a book. So yeah, a dolphin, an ichthyosaur, which is now extinct, and a shark, they all have different ancestors. Dolphins evolved from, whale ancestors that lived on land, basically like a hoofed wolf-like animal. Ichthyosaurs evolved from some sort of lizardy guy that lived on land. Sharks evolved from earlier fishes. But they have completely different starting points, and yet they have arrived at this similar morphology here.
It's a dinosaur.
And Kevin Paul 999999, thank you for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing, Kevin Paul. It's good to have you here. Yeah. So yeah. And it is too bad ichthyosaurs are extinct. They would have been super cool to see in life, but luckily we've got cool fossils of them, and they're fun to study. But, yeah, this is convergent evolution. When you've got different starting points, you evolve from different ancestors, and you evolve to look similar to one another. Which seems to be the case for gulls in shearwaters. Here. Yeah. I'm trying to find you a video about this, and I can't... Doesn't seem like we've done anything like that. Let's just look up shearwaters and see if we can find a video about them as birds. Yeah. Wow, no love for the shearwaters, apparently. Huh. Yeah. Let's try this. Oh, and we'll get to that holy lifting, because that's a good question.
Short-tailed shearwaters are a native seabird. It's actually our most abundant seabird here in Australia. They're living this perpetual summer, chasing the food supply, so the most productive waters that they can find around the globe. Breeding down here on Phillip Island, they're actually shaping the vegetation and the environment of Phillip Island themselves.
They do have a different kind of wing beat than gulls do.
One of the critical things that we do to help protect species like short-tailed shearwaters is do the research that informs management for the rescue program. We can use very small light-sensitive geolocator devices, they're tracking devices that we can actually map on the globe where they are, which is pretty extraordinary. By tracking their movements around the globe, we can link that to the environmental changes that are happening.
Very cool.
Changes in the marine environment will certainly be reflected in the pattern of behaviour and breeding of shearwaters over time. Climate change, plastics contamination, but also fisheries in the Southern Ocean.
As the global climate is changing, that can have significant impact on whether they successfully breed in that year. And the other thing that does happen is we get these mass mortalities in some years. We call them shearwater wrecks. What's driving that? Why are they dying in those numbers? We can see that this long-lived but slow-reproducing species could suddenly disappear if we weren't keeping an eye on how they're going through the seasons.
Yeah.
The Phillip Island
That's cool,
Nature
Mark
Parks
Melbourne.
and VORG have come together to work on this project
Penguin
collaboratively.
Parade.
And we can then collaborate with other partners around the world as well. Combining our efforts together, we can do much more to really understand how we best conserve this species.
Very cool. Shearwaters. Neat birds. Neat birds. Not related to gulls. That's pretty cool. Now, we had a question about our ichthyosaur here versus our dolphin versus our shark. What was that? Holy Lifton wants to know, why did the dolphin fin move up and down versus side to side, like the shark and the ichthyosaur? Holy Lifton, great question. Holy cow. Oh, here we go. Yeah. So ichthyosaurs would swim with their tail flukes going side to side versus dolphins that undulate vertically like this. And it's based on who they evolved from. So ichthyosaurs evolved from a lizard-like ancestor. Lizard walking, dorsal view. So when lizards walk, their backbone goes side to side like this. That's how their vertebral column flexes. It flexes laterally. As opposed to mammals, where our vertebral columns, you know, we're not really good at going from side to side. If you're gonna swim like a mermaid, you know, you're gonna go like this, like a dolphin or like a whale. Give you an example. When cheetahs run, their spines flex a lot up and down. Let's see if we can get a side view. That's what we're here for. Yeah. Here we go. So look at how much that spine flexes up and down as they run. Yeah. They're not going side to side like a lizard. They're going up and down. Yeah. The duck is having a bad day. Well, thankfully it's a plush toy. Yeah. So whales, you know, dolphins being a kind of whale, they didn't evolve from a cheetah, but they evolved from another kind of land-living mammal. Here we go. Yeah. From an animal that would have looked like this. That would have had a vertically undulating spine. And so they're already doing that, so they're just going to keep doing that in the water. That kind of up and down undulation. Does that make sense? When creatures are evolving, you know, it's not like there's some end goal in mind or anything. They're using what they've got, and they're just trying to adapt it to their environment. And so with whales, what made sense, the path of least resistance is for them to have that vertical up and down undulation. And they still have that to this day. That makes total sense. Good, Holy Lifton. Good, good, good. Yeah. So yeah. And Le Petit Prince says that cute big rat became a dolphin? I mean, it's not a rat. That's, was it Pachycetus or Indohyus there? Yeah, let's see. Here we go. Take a look at this. It might have been, I don't think Ambulocetus came next, Mayorspace. That was already in the water. Yeah.
At the Museum of Natural History in Paris,
in Paris,
birthplaces of paleontology, they have been assembling the skeletons of prehistoric animals for over 200 years.
Yeah, since Georges Cuvier.
They now have one of the few complete reconstructions of the extraordinary whale ancestor.
Yep.
Pachycetus.
Yeah, very cool.
You see it's a quadrupedal animal with a higher fall.
Activated Complex says, so mammals mosh and reptiles are doing the twist. Sure. Yeah, sort of. Twisting implies, I don't know. If it were like, I don't think when you do the twist, you're going like this, right? That's what reptiles are doing. This is more like pivoting on your hips. I think that's the twist, right? Or is that the mashed potato? I don't know.
Forelimb and hind limbs. It means that this animal was definitely partly terrestrial. And obviously it's quite a strange animal, very small.
No.
It more looks like a dog with a long snout.
Pachycetus is one of the strangest surprises of evolution.
Yeah.
A whale ancestor that looks like a small wolf with webbed feet for swimming.
Yep.
The key thing about it is it has elongated finger and toe bones, so clearly it's already semi-aquatic.
Yep.
Pachycetus was a creature of the shoreline, hunting for fish and perhaps
think of it like a big otter
in the shallows.
And we think that it was using its longer snout to probe for aquatic prey in the water, and so it was feeding in the water, while almost certainly going out on land to breed and have their young.
Once they adapted to life in the shallows, it took 10 million years for the descendants of Pachycetus to become fully aquatic.
Yep.
Why did it take so long? Because to live underwater,
gotcha, Logan. Okay,
they
okay.
had to change. It is one of the most remarkable stories of total physical transformation in the annals of evolution.
Yeah, very cool.
After Pachycetus, whales take about 10 to 12 million years to evolve into fully aquatic forms. And during that time, their hind limbs tend to get smaller, and their skulls tend to get longer, and the nares, which is the hole in the skull...
This looks like Rhodocetus right there. That's this stage. This particular animal has been called Rhodocetus.
Where the nose is, moves
Hey,
up
Stavros. Welcome back, Stav. Good to have you here.
Their forelimbs tend to turn into flippers, and they get more vertebrae in their back, which makes their bodies longer.
Yeah. Cool stuff. But yeah. What happened to the rule of scientific names not being too similar to other names? No, they can be extremely similar. They just can't be letter for letter identical, Charlie's Dragon. That's why you have Mononychus, a dinosaur, and Mononychus, a beetle. There's just like one letter difference. That's all you need. Yeah. Anyway, how did we get on this? Shearwaters. Oh, and convergent evolution. Yeah. You can have a similar endpoint, superficially similar, if you're doing a similar job, even if you have totally different ancestors. Yeah. Like shearwaters and gulls. Anyway, somebody was talking about hippos and whales. Yeah. Let's go to the ungulates. Oh, come on. Ungulates. I need to get better at... There we go. The cloven-hoofed ungulates. I'll show you where whales are on the mammal family tree real quick before we get to our birds. The cloven-hoofed ungulates. Also known as the artiodactyls. Yeah. Where are the... Yeah. So, you get this group that includes hippos and then all of the whales, including dolphins and narwhals and everything else. Hippos are this outgroup here. So hippos are the closest living relatives to whales. So a hippo is probably pretty closely related to Pachycetus, like you saw earlier. Or they're like... It's obviously closer to Pachycetus than it is to modern whales. because that's where it diverged. But yeah. Anyway, good stuff. And Mayor Space, is that really true? Is it really true that hippos can't swim? I mean, I know they're heavy, but I bet you if pressed, they could swim. Even if it's not always the best strategy for them. Like, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Salamander. It's very rare for animals to lose their ability to swim entirely. Yes. Yeah. But yeah. And Charlie's Dragon, I like the way you put that. They might be able to swim, but that's not the way they used to get around. Yeah, hippos do what we call porpoising. I'll show you a video of that. Yeah. At the Cincinnati Zoo. Yeah. There we go. So they're diving down and pushing off the bottom with their feet. But I'm sure if they needed to, they could swim if they couldn't reach the bottom or something. Yeah. Yeah. Who cannot swim at all? I'm not sure, Petite. Tiny mammal with such fluffy fur. They said it can't get wet or it will cause problems. Animals that can't swim. A lot of adult animals can't swim. Like, they become mature and they can't swim at all anymore. A good example would be like this animal here. Here we go. This is a good example of an animal that it starts off being able to swim pretty well, and then when it's mature, it can't swim at all. Coral. Because they're sessile. They're non-motile. They don't move anymore when they're adults. But when they are super tiny. So yeah, this is when this brain coral is spawning right here. And man, those fish are like, yeah, I'll have some of that. Let's eat those eggs. But when the eggs combine with the male gametes, they become a little embryo or a little juvenile, and the juvenile coral can actually swim. But adult coral cannot swim. They adhere themselves to a substrate. So that's hopefully a good example. Yeah. But as for vertebrate animals that can't swim, yeah. There's animals that don't swim in the wild. Most of the great apes, I think, are like that. Chimps don't like swimming. Orangutans don't like swimming. Gorillas don't like swimming. But some of them have been taught to swim, I think. Yeah, shoot. Take a look at this. There's an ape in my pool. Come on, YouTube, you're ruining the rhythm. That looks like an orangutan. Yeah. Pretty wild, right? It is awkward. You're right, Claire. And there's a chimp. Yeah. It's more kind of flailing through the water, but I don't know. Not great for the bull-filter complex, yes. Yeah. Uh-oh, don't stay down too long. Oh, getting stuff at the bottom. Cool. And Diagonal says, can bats swim? That's a good question. I would presume that most bats can't swim. Or at least they would probably die if they did, because they would not be able... Most bats can't even take off from the ground, Diagonal, as I understand it. They need to fly or climb to an elevated position to be able to take off. They can't take off from the ground like birds can. And bats swim. I guess the answer is yes. To a certain extent. This is a flying fox, which is one of the megabats. I guess I was thinking of more microbats. I bet you most microbats probably... You know, they probably still have, like, an instinct for swimming, and they're probably not gonna, like, immediately drown, but it might be the end of that bat if it lands in the water, because, like, how in the world is it gonna get out of there and be able to take off into the air again, you know? Yeah. But I don't know. Yeah. It lives on the ground. Oh, maybe, Neil. That's interesting. Yeah. Huh. Yeah. Oh boy, tiny little... So this is a microbat here. So yeah, I guess flying is not that different from swimming. But hopefully you saved this little critter before it tired itself out or... like expended all of its energy. Because they also need to eat pretty frequently. Yowza. Little tiny bat. Yeah. Huh. And I agree, Petite. Yes, pool covers are a thing. Use them. Yes. Yeah. The microbat swims up with the music. Yeah, yeah. So when I said microbat, that's... Oh. Go on, get up there. Get up there. You can do it. He does save the bat, right? Tell me you saved the bat, Jacob Meek, with 38 subscribers. Tell me you saved the bat. Oh, don't move the ball away from... Oh, no! Don't torture this poor bat. Get him out of there. Him or her. Rescue them. There we go. Get that bucket lid. Scoop out the bat. Be gentle. They're very delicate. There you go. Oh, goodness. Now put it on a tree so it can climb up. I don't know if that kind of bat can take off from the ground. Yeah. To your sweet time. I know, right, Lenina? Yeah. And it probably is still too heavy from the water, yeah. Yeah, it's going to need to go climb up somewhere. So that's what it's going to try and do. It's going to try and climb up someplace high. Dry off, and then hopefully be able to take off at nighttime. Yeah. Huh. Anyway, yeah. But yeah, there's microbats and megabats. Let's jump from whales to bats. Chiroptera is that group. Then we'll get back to our birds, because man, we need to do birds. We've got bats. We've got megabats. And we've got microbats. We don't have mediobats. Just... yeah. The two clades. And 174 species of megabats. Not very speciose. There's like 1,000 microbats, right? Or 881. That's a lot. That's a lot. Yeah. No intermediate bat. Exactly, Castle Dreamer, yeah. Either mega or micro. You know, they're just... the mediobats, they just never took off, you know? Yeah. Yeah. There are no arachnobats yet. And somebody was asking if bats could ever get as big as a pterosaur? As the biggest pterosaurs? Let's see. Are they ill-tempered? Yeah. But somebody was asking about if bats ever got as large pterosaurs, right? And yeah, Le Petit Prince Encore says, could bats become as large as pterosaurs? The largest bats that we have ever seem to be today. Yeah. Here, take a look at this. The largest bat at the Owensboro Museum. Well, this is not the largest bat in the world, though.
Hi, I'm Rob Myas, the Executive Director of the Organization for Bat Conservation.
Or maybe it is.
And I'm going to be at the Owensboro Museum of Science and History on September 14th. You can come and meet the biggest bat in the entire world right here, a giant fruit bat from Southeast Asia. Shows are
And no, it's not as big as him. It's closer to the camera.
1:30 and 3:30 on September 14th. They're free with museum admission. Only $3. Members and kids are free. For more information, check out Owen.
Cool stuff. Yeah, the biggest bat in the world is, I think, some kind of flying fox, right? Yeah. And real or fake? Yeah, that's fake. They're not actually that big. They get big. They can have like a 4-foot wingspan or something like that, I think. Here, let's see. This is Nat Geo, so I probably have to reverse the footage. Yeah. Six feet? I didn't know they got that big. Wow. And they really are that noisy. Yeah, Claire. Yeah. Yep. Very speciose. Hmm. Oh, cool, Kennedy. Cool. Nope. They can't. They don't have the setup for that. Yep, so what they have to do is they'll dive down over the water and they'll like dip their chest in. They basically go, they do like a belly flop, but they rebound off of it. And that's how they cool themselves off. I think they'll probably show you that here. It's pretty neat. And sometimes crocodiles grab them while they're doing that. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, because they don't really sweat that much, so I think that's why they lick themselves. Yep. Bat fight, yeah, Claireberry. Or a frugivore, really. They eat fruit. Anyway, the thing is, bats, as cool as they are, they're not actually that great at flying. When compared with birds, bats have got a distinct disadvantage, a number of distinct disadvantages. They didn't come pre-equipped with the hollow bones that birds got from their dinosaur ancestors. Bats evolved from earlier mammals, and so that's already a distinct disadvantage for them. They didn't have the same kind of super elevated metabolism that we think ancestral birds had, but we know for sure they didn't have the avian respiratory system that birds inherited from their dinosaur ancestors. So bats can't fly nearly as far or nearly as high as birds can. Birds can fly like thousands upon thousands of feet up into the atmosphere. Bats are generally pretty low-level flyers. Some of them can get pretty high, but for the most part, they cannot get nearly as high as birds can in the atmosphere. And most bats also can't take off from the ground like birds can. So they've just got, there's a lot of disadvantages to being a bat, I would say. Yeah. But yeah, they fly better than you, sisters. Yeah, that's true. It's true. And Green Herring says, wow, rude. Well, I mean, just being honest here. Bats versus birds. Gotta give it to birds. Yeah. And Afro Bandit Girl, the shirt fit excellent. Thank you, Afro Bandit Girl. I'll have to wear it one of these days. Maybe when we cover Japanese dinosaurs. But thank you again, Afro Bandit Girl. I really appreciate that. How are you doing, by the way? It's great to see you. Yeah. Oh, and thank you, Amish Andy. Today was the last day for nominations for the Streamer Awards. I forgot about that. But thank you for nominating me. I appreciate it. Yeah. And then Canada stall cut. I've never heard of that. That's interesting. But yeah. Kennedy. Yeah. But yeah. And there you go, Logan. Yeah. You get a tear in your bat wing and you're grounded. Yeah, mom's not going to be happy. You're not coming out of your room. Do you know how expensive that was? Take care of your wings. Yeah. Let's take a look at this. Before we leave bats and get back to birds. But bats can be very, very cute. And to emphasize that, here's a fruit bat, kind of mega bat, with that fox-like face, being introduced to a banana. Check that out. Oh. Yeah. I do like bats, you know? Don't think that I don't. And Waffle Dwarf, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Saturday Batter Day. Uh-oh, Mayor Space. Yeah. That's one of the reasons these guys are able to get so big, is that fruit are very nutrient dense. Lots of energy in those. Yeah. Think he likes it? I think so too, Green Herring. Yeah. Yeah. And Rain Frogs, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. I also like bananas, Miss Yvette, it's true. Yeah. Yeah. Lots of potassium. Cast the Dreamer, yes. But yeah. Pretty cute, right? Wonderful. Oh. Good stuff. Now I want a banana. Shoot. And Dan the BC Man now wants a pet bat. It's funny what we take out of these videos. Good stuff. But yeah, back to our birds. Shoot, we still have so many birds to do. We barely got through any. Let's go through some of these. Celeste, thank you for this wedge-tailed shearwater chick. Beautiful. Mayor Space has got a rock hopper penguin at the Detroit Zoo. Very nice. I hear there's a song about those. My girlfriend in college used to sing this song. And I guess I should look it up. And YouTube is being so slow today. Is this it? That's gotta be it. Yeah. And let's make sure that it doesn't have it. Yeah, okay. Not gonna get DMCA'd for this, looks like. Always a good thing. Oh, this is a bop. Okay. Yeah. Nice. Definitely hear Rush on her to it. Oh, this is what they made a remote control rock hopper penguin. Oh boy. rhyme, Daisy? Interesting. Good stuff. Well, here is a link to that song. There you go. Yeah. Is this the same one? Is there a different recording, or is it going to be the same? Same one. Okay. Yeah, good stuff. Rockhopper Penguin. Very cool, Mayor Space. Thank you for sharing with us. Nice. And thanks for giving us occasion to look up that song. Yeah. Has a little Pat Benatar Heartbreaker vibe. You're kind of right, Daisy. Yeah. Huh. Like Limelight says that. Okay, okay. And Kelly Cakes, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. What's shaking? We're trying to get through Thursday BIRDSday here. Yeah. As you probably know already, Kelly Cakes, birds are living dinosaurs. They're the only surviving group of dinosaurs are birds. And there's over 9,000 species of living bird. And we like to celebrate them on Thursday BIRDSday. Ms. Art Rules has got an Anna's hummingbird for us. That is beautiful. That is really nice, Ms. Art Rules. That's really nice. Yeah. Your bird, it's beautiful, Ms. Yvette. It really is. Where is this? What pier is that? That's not the Pacifica Pier. Is that like... I can almost see this being in like Santa Cruz.
You know.
Rain Frogs, dinosaurs are kind of funny. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. And
the search for dinosaur bones begins in a place like this.
Valiant Cheese
does.
Research has succeeded with their 4 co-explorers.
Valiant Cheese, welcome back to Paleontologizing, and congrats on being the first person to ever trigger that new alert. I did a bunch of new alerts today, everybody. That's one of them. Good stuff. Valiant Cheese, how did your stream go? I hope it was really good. And you were streaming Fossil Sweeper? Well, well, well. Very nice. Super cool, Valiant Cheese. I'm gonna have to play that coming up. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. And Cod says, what you're saying is that dinosaurs regularly destroy airplane engines? I believe that's kind of a... It's a little one-sided there, Cannon Stall Cod. Unless we're talking Godzilla here, then, you know, normally the dinosaur also doesn't make it out of that debacle looking very well. Unlike Valiant Cheese, stream went very well, says Valiant Cheese. Still doing more work on making museum stuff with gamepad controls. Museum stuff work with gamepad. Very, very cool, Valiant Cheese. Very cool. Yeah. But yeah. Good stuff. And yeah, there you go, Daisy McGar. Airplane engines are responsible for many dinosaur deaths. R.I.P. to those dinosaurs. Nobody ever sheds a tear for them, you know? It's always aircraft engine this, aircraft engine that. Yeah. But anyway, very cool, Ms. Art Rules. Lovely. If you said where this was, I didn't catch it, but... That could be Santa Cruz, could be San Luis Obispo, could be... I don't know where. Could be on the East Coast somewhere, or on the Gulf Coast. But anyway, it's beautiful. Ms. Art Rules. Lovely. Yeah. Lenina says it's currently 14 degrees Fahrenheit. Negative 10 degrees Celsius here and windy in Texas. Oh boy. I peeked outside to find this poor little mockingbird seeking refuge on my back porch. I wanted to get a clear pic, but I didn't want to scare it off. And there is a mockingbird just hanging out right there. Under that wheelbarrow. Oh. Probably trying to get warm next to the house. But yeah, well, very nice, Lenina. Very nice. Mockingbirds are lovely. I believe we talked about them yesterday, or last week, didn't we?
There are many more more dinosaurs waiting to be discovered. Many new mysteries waiting to be pondered.
Definitely, Typhoonosaurus. Sounds like you're in the right place. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. But yeah. Welcome. We're doing Thursday BIRDSday right now, in case you've just joined us. Lenina, thank you for sharing that. This is a lovely Thursday BIRDSday photo. Sometimes birds just kind of flutter into our lives and hang out. And those make wonderful candidates for a Thursday BIRDSday entry. Thanks for posting that, Lenina. The bird that lives in St. Louis and pretty much only St. Louis. Germans brought the Eurasian tree sparrow to Lafayette Park and it never left. Ooh. That's pretty cool. Very cool. This is not like the English house sparrow, which was brought to New York City in the late 1800s and then has since spread all across North America and maybe South America too. Oy. These guys seem pretty geographically restricted, which is really interesting. Yeah. Very neat. This is pretty cool. Only the Eurasian tree sparrow had the courage to live in Missouri. With a little bit of luck and probably some inbreeding, their population and territory began to flourish in the area. Much like their human counterparts, minus the inbreeding, one assumes. I don't know, it is Missouri. But after a few years, these territorial gains came to a near standstill after a bigger, dumber invasive species started to muscle its way into the area. Yeah. The house sparrow. This is the one I just mentioned. Yeah. Huh. Interesting. I'm gonna have to read this later. That's really, really cool. Thank you for sharing there, Matt M33. We can't find a video on this, can we? Let's see. No, we can. Shoot. Check this out.
Follow us under there. Oh, something's happening.
We might be figuring things out here, folks. Are you pumped? Are you excited?
Let's go check it out.
This is the first time I've been excited in years.
Okay, this is from a channel called Badgerland Birding. We've seen some of their bird videos before. They're good stuff. Thursday BIRDSday approved.
Today, Ryan and I are headed down south on the nearly 12-and-a-half-hour drive to Stillwater, Oklahoma. Along the way, we'll be stopping to look for a bird that isn't often seen in our state, the Eurasian tree sparrow. We looked online and found a couple of parks near St. Louis, Missouri, where the birds had been recently seen. With a limited amount of time before we had to get back on the road, we pulled into the parking lot at our first location, Crèvecoeur Park.
This is interesting.
Yeah, it's very, urban feeling. We ventured into the park, looking and listening for flocks of house sparrows that the Eurasian tree sparrows may have been associating with. Both species were introduced from Europe and are similar, but vary in color, range, and preferred habitat. While we walked, we also brushed up on our...
And that makes me wonder how closely related those two species are. Passer domesticus. The house sparrow, aka English sparrow. And Petite Prince, that's the... You're thinking of the passenger pigeon. That is a tragic story. Yeah. But yeah, the house sparrow, the Spanish sparrow, and the Socotra sparrow. Somali sparrow, Iago sparrow. Where is Passer montanus? There it is, the Eurasian tree sparrow. So they're not... Yeah. I guess it was like 5 million years ago that these two birds diverged from one another. The house sparrow and the...
Range and preferred
these
habitat.
ones. 5 million years of separate evolution between these, apparently. They look very similar to one another, considering that. You wouldn't think that there's 5 million years separating them. But they probably got some pretty intense pressure keeping them looking largely the same, I would imagine. Something like that. Yeah. Yeah, you have this at your house, Reaganation? Very cool.
We also brushed up on our Eurasian tree sparrow call.
Are you ready to be treated to sounds of the Eurasian tree sparrow?
A little higher pitched.
A little bit.
Now
Dark spot on the cheek. Interesting, Charlie's Dragon.
on a quest to pick out one of these birds.
You hear that though? Like there's a bird flying there. There's a house sparrow again. See it?
Yeah, well, we should go where the house sparrows are. Sounds like house sparrows. We saw multiple flocks of sparrows, but none had our target bird in the mix.
Huh.
We crossed the street to another section of the park that had a lot of bird activity.
We arrived near this lake over here, and we were looking up a bunch of places to find Eurasian tree sparrows, and it kind of looks like they're just kind of dotted throughout the region. So we picked a park that looked good. I think we're in the right spot now, so we're just scanning all the birds that are around.
Camouflage works really well on wood chips and undergrowth. Interesting thing, one of two. And I wonder who, would it be sparrowhawks or Cooper's hawks? Or I wonder who their primary predator is. Because if that works well on wood chips and stuff, and undergrowth, underbrush, presumes that there's a predator coming down from above, which would imply to me some kind of small accipiterid or something. Yeah. Yeah.
Sparrows that we've seen. Also had a blue-gray gnatcatcher. It's really hot and humid out though.
It's only gonna get worse the farther south we go.
Feeling like we were now in the right place, our excitement grew with every bird we saw, hoping it was a Eurasian tree sparrow.
Oh, there's a bird.
You seen hawks do just that? Nice thing, okay.
I think that might be a female house sparrow.
It looked like a female house. Double check.
Definitely female house sparrow.
Huh.
What you got?
Northern mockingbird. First one of the trip.
Our continued searching yielded a chipping sparrow and a very loud southern bird species.
You know, I think that is a Carolina wren.
Oh.
After enjoying the sounds of the vocal Carolina wren, we also noted an eastern bluebird, brown-headed cowbirds, an eastern kingbird, and a white-tailed deer fawn.
Oh.
After searching around the
non-bird.
park for about an hour without any sign of Eurasian tree sparrows, we started to feel like we were looking for a needle in a haystack at this expansive location.
There's a ton of bird activity here.
And I don't know if they're going to find it, but I'll give you a link to this. We need to keep going because it's been like an hour so far, I think, for Thursday BIRDSday, and we're not even close to done. So Matt M33, thank you for posting that. Really interesting stuff. I'm looking forward to reading this. Yeah. But yeah. Got another sparrow here. Axeman says, I found this song sparrow fluffed up trying to keep warm during our first snow of the season. That's a beautiful photo. The insulation appears to be effective at keeping the heat in based on the snowflake preserved on its back. That is, like, almost doesn't even look real. Look at that snowflake right there on this bird. This is... Wow. Wow. That's an incredible photo. Like, incredible in the literal sense of the word, where I'm like, I almost don't believe that that's real, but there it is. Lovely. Very, very cool. Holy moly. Yeah. And Kelly Cake says, so if birds are dinosaurs, does that mean that ducks are dinosaurs too? Kelly Cakes, note, all birds. Ducks and geese, canaries and ostriches, penguins and chickens, cassowaries and cormorants. Yeah. All birds are dinosaurs. Yeah. We think that all birds evolved from a single species of dinosaur back in like the Middle Jurassic period. So yeah, all birds diverged from a single dinosaur species. You go back far enough. And Axman says, I promise it's not photoshopped in. I didn't notice the snowflake until I pulled the pictures on my camera. It's beautiful, Axman. Really, really nice. Really, really nice. Look at that. Lovely. Thank you so much for sharing. Holy cow. And Alexander Morrison has got the local Sandhill crane couple. The crane furthest from the camera has a painful-looking limp. It appears to have a broken toe or foot. The video doesn't show this, but the wounded bird floundered. Floundered its landing just some moments before I started recording. Reminds me of the Allosaurus Big Al. Hope it won't share the same fate. But music by Brian Eng. Let's take a look at this. This is the thing that theropods do. They do get broken toe bones, but at least for birds, they can still fly. And it doesn't affect them in that sense. Come on, play. There we go. Oh, look at them. Oh yeah, that does look painful. Yowza. But hopefully they've got plenty of food and that bird will be able to still live some semblance of a long and healthy life. It's crazy. Sometimes you see, especially in like in urban environments, you might see pigeons or crows or ravens or even house sparrows or grackles or blackbirds or starlings, all kinds of different birds that have got like really badly injured legs or toes. Sometimes they might be missing a leg, and yet they're still able to survive and find food. And it's like, how long has that leg been like that? How long have you been missing a leg, bird? And yeah, they're just, it's going to be pretty resilient animals. As long as they can find food, then like, yeah. Whereas you don't see many mammals running around with, you don't see many rats running around without, missing limbs, I imagine. I could be wrong about that. But, yeah. Interesting to think about. Yeah. And we had a small songbird that was missing its foot. It came to the cabin for several years, says Charlie's Dragon. Imagine surviving for years in the wild, missing a limb. Yeah. And Casey Smart says, we had a one-legged wild goose in the area for years. Yeah. And Casa Dreamer says, I once saw a one-legged crow hopping around with all its crow friends and concluded that crows don't really need both legs. Oh, man. I've never seen a bird with no legs, though, hopping around doing its bird thing. Yeah. So there might be a limit to the number of legs you can lose as a bird. You probably can't lose 2 or 3 or 4. Yeah. But some birds, can have many legs. Like this one right here. This is called a hakana, I think? Yeah. Do you know about this, chat? Do you know about this? You will like it, Kelly Cakes. I promise you, you will like it when you figure out what's going on here. Because it's actually super, super cute. Yeah. Is it... It's not this one. Hang on. There we go. A comb-crested jacana. I assume that's how it's spelled. If it's from Brazil, it might be Portuguese, though, and it might be a hard J. I don't know. I'm saying jacana, but I could be pronouncing it wrong. So those are the babies that are stuffed up under the dad's wings. Or maybe mom's wings? I'm not sure. But yeah. Pretty cool, right? Yeah, you tricked me. I know, right, Kelly Cakes? Isn't that cute? Yeah. There we go. Uh-oh, what is this music? I better not get copyright clapped for this. Ah, no. There we go. Yeah. How long those are. That's insane. They're so crazy. Yeah, that's longer than their whole body. Look at that. Yeah. They're so unfortunate looking as babies, says Casey Snowart. Yeah. Oh, man. So watch this, watch this. You gonna climb up in there? Yeah. Isn't that cool? Yeah. Yeah. It just exactly Kelly Cakes, yeah. Yeah. Look at that. And then bloop. Gonna fall out there? Oh man. What a wild creature. Pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool stuff. Anyway, thank you, Alexander Morrison, for sharing. This is lovely. And, you know, Godspeed to that injured sandhill crane there. I hope he or she is able to, continue to find food with the help of their mate there. Live a long and healthy life. Yeah. And a blue jay coming in for snacks. This is so cool, Risu. Oh, man. Wonderful action shot there.
I'll give you my message up front. Try not to go extinct.
Nuffine16. Her name rhymes. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And try not to go extinct is advice that the birds have heeded as the last surviving group of dinosaurs. Yeah. Very nice, Risu. I have a video feeder like this now. I got it for Christmas from Lordy. Still have yet to figure out how to get it to actually show on the desktop. iOS is going to help me out with this eventually. We're going to try and figure out how to do maybe an Android emulator or something like that through Windows. I don't know. But pretty cool. Pretty cool. Is our tree here a way to tell males from females on them? I'm not sure I understand the question, Risu. Could you rephrase? Our tree. Oh, is there a way to tell males from females?
Fatality.
Cliff Alistair McLean, 24 months of support. Thank you very much for that, Cliff Alistair McLean. Really appreciate you keeping me here online with that continuation of that sub. Appreciate that very much. Yeah. But yeah, is there a way to tell males from females on jays? It might just be size, Risadego. I'm not sure. I don't think they are sexually dimorphic in terms of their plumage, but I could be wrong. I don't know off the top of my head. Somebody else online who would have an article about that would know much better than I would. Yeah. Yeah, but this is really cool, Risu. This is really cool. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. And Horns fan, a question you've been saving for Thursday BIRDSday. Was there a geographic preference for which bird ancestors survived the KT extinction event? I don't think we know. Yeah. That's the thing, is that bird fossils are so rare in the Cretaceous period that we only have, like, the number of bird fossils from the Hell Creek Formation could probably fit in this mug. In fact, they almost certainly could. We have hardly any, and so it's really, really difficult to tell. Bird fossils are extraordinarily rare at the end of the Cretaceous period. So I don't think we have a good sense for, like, where birds went completely extinct and where they survived and all that. I don't know. Yeah. But there might be a talk about this. The Terrell Museum. The museum in Drumheller, Alberta has this series, the Terrell Talks, and let's see. That is not what I'm looking for. I don't know what this is. Terrell Museum Talks. Birds. Late Cretaceous Hesperornithiformes. Yeah, I don't know if we have a talk about this. Shoot. Cretaceous pterosaurs. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure. It is a cool question, yeah. Yeah. Lady Tyrell from Game of Thrones. Oh, from the Tyrell Corporation. Is she a replicant, HD? I assume so. Yeah. And Dr. Terra's got video of crows mobbing a red-tailed hawk. Oh, look at that. Very cool. I saw this very same thing yesterday. In fact, I probably have a photo of that. Was it yesterday? Yeah, I think so. I was going to check the P.O. box, and I saw a bird of prey flying being mobbed by several crows. This is really cool. This is really cool. Yeah, ready to rumble! This is nice, Dr. Terra. This is nice. I like it. Find those photos. Yeah. Oh, it's... you can barely even see it. But... there is a bird of prey right there. I promise. And, there we go. There is probably a red tail. I don't think it's going to be a red-shouldered hawk, but I could be wrong. And there is a crow about to try and bop him on the head. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway. But very cool. Yeah, and solo mission. Yeah, Dr. Terra. That's a bold crow there. Just... Pretty cool. Pretty cool. This is probably a crow, Petite. I think this is probably a crow. Because the wing beats make it look much more like a crow. Ravens have like a slower wing beat. It's sized more like a crow. Yeah, I think that's a crow. I think that's Corvus brachyrhynchos. I don't think it's Corvus corax, an American raven. Yeah. And there's no ravens where you live. Is that right, Dr. I thought they were pretty much cosmopolitan. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, that's a brave crow. Very cool. Very cool. Thanks for sharing, Dr. Terra. Yeah. Yeah. And, Gallus. Visiting my backyard. From Janine Smith. Oh, look at those birds. Beautiful. The Gellas? Gellas? Am I saying that right? Gellas? Excellent. Very, very cool. You have such cool birds in Australia. Like, I can't help but be a little bit jealous, you know? Gala. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Gala. 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 Am I saying it right? Gala? And how different were birds in the Cretaceous period from modern-day birds, Holy Lifton? The birds in the Cretaceous were older. No, shoot, like, I could spend hours talking about how birds were different in the Cretaceous than they are today. But yeah, they're definitely a lot of them had teeth. Yeah. It rhymes with logger. Gala. Galar? Galar? Says Rosand. Galar? Is that right? More like Galar. Galar? Like Gadai. Galar. Galar. Okay. Yeah, Galar. Galar. Is it like a contraction or is it like Gala? Mark Melbourne. Gala? Yeah. Short ga, long Gala. Gala. Oh, okay. Gala. Apologies to the beautiful people of Australia and their proud language. I'm sorry. Anyway. Let's continue with the glass. Gala? Or is it Gala? I don't even know. Yeah. From Casey Snow Arts. Oh boy, it's been sub-zero here all weekend, and the critters are getting brave. Was photographing a little junco in the background when this pushy little mammal decided to photobomb. They do that, don't they? Those sciurids. Squirrels. Squales. Actually, you don't have squirrels in Australia, do you? So there wouldn't be like anyway. He saw me at the door and ran up to commence the begging ritual, accompanying a video for evidence that I am indeed a pushover for snow-covered puppy dog eyes. Junko looks on in envy and contemplates the dinosaur mammalian power balance while demonstrating his cutest snow hops. Oh, this is lovely. Look at that squirrel. Is this their, you know, please? Please? Oh, boy. And then there, on the cold, cold ground, that Junco. Is this a dark-eyed Junco? It was so cold and sad. Oh. He's probably going around to every house in the neighborhood and doing this same routine. You know? It's like, please? Will you buy a magazine subscription for my squirrel basketball team? Please? Oh, he's very cute. Oh. Yeah, look at that Junco. Oh. There may or may not be a rivalry developing between me having moved into this new house and a squirrel that keeps visiting the yard and trying to bury things in the ground there. And like tearing up the garden. So I have mixed feelings about squirrels at the moment. But this one's very cute, Casey. Yeah. Junco's little hops got the squirrel's attention though. Yeah. Oh. Those are very cute hops that the Junco's making. Super cool. Super cool. Yeah. Green Herring says, do not start a battle with the squirrels. You cannot win. Are you on their side, Green Herring? Are you joining the war on squirrels on the side of the squirrels? No, please, they're too powerful. It was the squirrel's yard first? I think these squirrels might be invasive, Logan, so it wouldn't be. Yeah, just being realistic. Fair. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. It's really green squirrel. I like the Scooby-Doo meme with taking off the mask. Oh no, it's Old Man Squirrel. Yeah. Red squirrels are native. The American ones are.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Teen Squirrel, join us. We have walnuts.
Oh no, Risudegu. Thank you for the 100 bits, though. Little do you know, you were funding the anti-squirrel resistance. But yeah. Battle ready squirrel, Dinosaur Dave? Uh-oh, what is this? Oh, this is from that movie. I was thinking it was gonna be, yeah, I was thinking it was gonna be this. YouTube is being so buggy today. I don't know what's wrong with it.
This is a bird feeder, and everything you see surrounding me in my yard is an attempt to protect it from thieving squirrels. If they want the birdseed and the lifetime supply of walnuts in this bank vault, they'll first need to pass through my 9-part obstacle course. By design, it's extremely challenging. It's meant to test their mental limits and their physical limits. I held back no punches, but I have to admit in hindsight, I once again completely underestimated my adversary. And truthfully, I never thought I'd be that crazy guy in the neighborhood obsessing over the squirrels, but they started it first when they would constantly pillage the birdseed from any bird feeder I would put up about a year ago. That led to me defending it with an obstacle course which they handily defeated, and so after a year of ruminating on how to avenge that L with a majorly improved version, and then 2 months of planning, my buddy John and I got together for a 20-second build montage.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll give you a link to this video here if you're curious about it, but we're not going to watch the whole thing. And as for gray squirrels versus red squirrels, it depends where you are. I know in the UK, I think red squirrels are invasive. And they are, you know, just pushing the gray squirrels out of their home, I think. But in different parts of the US, you've got different dynamics going on with different species of squirrel. But what I do remember is, I think it was like freshman year, undergrad, I had a professor from the UK, and he told us about how in the UK, they had this, like, public campaign to try and teach children how to cross the street safely. And the mascot for that was a squirrel, which seemed to me like a bad role model for crossing the street. I don't know. I've seen a lot of squirrels try and cross the street very unsafely, and it hasn't always gone well for them. So it's like, are you trying to get children run over by cars? Yeah. And Le Petit says, just makes the street safer, like in Sweden. Yeah, shoot. Or in Hoboken. No, not a joke. Yeah. Hoboken, New Jersey has not had a single traffic fatality since 2017. No pedestrians killed by cars. No fatal car accidents. Nothing since 2017. Which is, you know, this is like an engineering thing. Like, you can actually engineer safer streets like they do in Sweden, for instance. It's very doable, but oftentimes drivers are really upset about that because they have to drive more slowly through neighborhoods. You know, they can't speed past schools and daycare centers. They can't go 100 kilometers an hour while children are playing right there. And they get really angry, especially here in the US. It's like, well, you know, they're gonna have to suck it up. That's my opinion. But yeah. Haven't been in a car since 2020, don't miss it. I wish I didn't have to have a car, Valiant Cheese. Having a car is a pain in the butt, you know? I really wish I didn't need that. But yeah. I used to take the train and the bus everywhere and walk, take my bike. It's great. Having a car is expensive and a headache, and it's a pain. Yeah, and it's expensive, yeah. But yeah. Logan says we have those plastic articulated signs in the street in the Grand Theft Auto. Mostly around schools and things. Interesting, Logan. Huh. Greater Toronto area, oh. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And what did that place do? We have at least one here a day, if not more. Yeah, shoot, Dan the BC man. Well, I'll give you a link to this. Yeah. Key to Hoboken's success included effective community engagement, commitment to the city's political leadership, use of pilot projects, intentional inclusion of a broad range of stakeholders in the planning process. No, but what are the concrete things that they did? What are the concrete things that they did is what I immediately find myself asking. Yeah, let's see here. Let's try this.
Well, just across the Hudson River and New York City is this place. This is Hoboken, New Jersey. It is the home of Frank Sinatra. Don't worry, I'm not going to sing any Frank Sinatra for you during this report. It's also known as the Mile Square City. There are 50,000 people densely packed into this place, but Hoboken is also becoming known for something else. You see, they're cutting down traffic and pedestrian deaths here. We're here to figure out what they're doing that's working so well and how we can use it in our region.
Huh. This guy's from D.C., the capital of the U.S.
If you want to have positive change in improving the safety of your streets, you have to have an all-in focus on things.
We have to know where we've been.
But somebody was probably going to get ran over sometimes I don't feel safe around here.
D.C.'s streets alone saw 40 people killed last year, the most since 2007. Among them, 4-year-old Zaire Joshua, 5-year-old Allison Hart, 24-year-old opera singer Nina Larson.
It's just very tragic. I think we're all feeling there's dangerous traffic going on.
Nationally, there's plenty of pain.
The truth is we've come to just expect or assume that it's normal to lose thousands of lives every month on our roads. If 30 or 40,000 people died
That's a choice,
in our skies, on our planes every year, we would never accept that.
Yeah, he's right.
Now, D.C. has what's known as a Vision Zero goal to eliminate all traffic deaths and serious injuries by 2024. At this point, that goal seems very far out of reach. But could a small city with just a fraction of the population of the district offer some comforting clues for peace of mind on our roads? Hoboken, New Jersey hasn't had a single traffic-related death in 4 years.
I definitely feel like it's true. I always feel safe here. All my friends feel the same way.
Because the layout of the roads, you kind of have to pay attention, and everyone's kind of very observant about where cars are coming from and what the lights are.
And there you go. Yeah, you're operating a land missile. Pay attention. Absolutely. Yeah.
It's taken many years of outreach, engineering, public safety buy-in, lots of community buy-in to get to where we are today.
On this day, we meet Ryan Sharp, Hoboken's young and frankly sharp Director of Transportation and Parking.
About 10 feet here and about 10 feet there, so you've shortened the crossing distance by about 20 feet.
Nice.
He walks us around his town to show us where he and his team have put their focus for street safety.
Senior buildings, schools, daycares, playgrounds, things like that. And that's where we try to target our investments to get the best return on our investment. We've been very fortunate to have 4 consecutive years of no traffic deaths in Hoboken.
There's some incredible street engineering knitted together here that coalesces in harmony. Bus lanes, bike lanes, wide sidewalks, back-angle parking, which lets drivers see as they pull out of parking spaces.
Yeah.
Parking spaces that are away from crosswalks, meaning pedestrians have better sight lines to the street, and precisely timed traffic signals, cutting down on potential conflicts between cars and pedestrians.
When the light turns red, it gives pedestrians...
These are all just smart things that you can employ.
There's also strict traffic enforcement. And
like you can reduce the possibility of there being close calls between pedestrians and motor vehicles. And honestly, like, you know, if we actually care about people's well-being, like, it's something that we should do. It's not even that difficult, you know?
Yes, car speeds are brought way down. Well, this is something you see around D.C. a lot too, but almost every street corner here in Hoboken seems to have this method in place where they bump out the curbs and the corners so pedestrians
sidewalks, Dinosaur Dave? What do you mean?
And safely cross the street.
Yeah.
Little things like that that are not earth-shattering in their complexity are really important in changing the game in terms of transportation safety.
He says he's learned to very much rely on data and numbers to show where the problem points are. More crashes in one spot demand more attention. And he often simply walks the city to uncover so-called pain points, as he puts it, on his streets. But not to be lost in all of this is something that you can't see. It's a mindset. People here say they simply play by the rules of the road.
It's just a bunch of friendly people living here.
Well, but that's the thing, is that you can influence people's behavior by the way that things like this are designed. You know, design plays a huge part in something like that. You know, it's not all just like people's mindsets and people's attitudes. Like, people are going to think and feel what people are going to think and feel. you can't rely on, people's good nature to do this or that. Like, you have to actually engineer the systems to work properly. So yeah, anyway, we're gonna get back into birds, but here's a link to this. This is something that I feel passionately about as well, because I don't know, here in the San Francisco Bay Area, I've nearly been hit by cars a bunch of times. I do a lot of walking. Used to do a lot of bicycling too. And about half of those times it was cops who almost ran me over. Running through stop signs, jumping up on the curb and stuff like that, just being careless. Don't get me started. But yeah. So yeah, you also have to have like a mechanism in place for calling those guys in and being like, hey, vehicle number 186 almost killed me, and then not have them hang up on you immediately, which is what has happened. But yeah. I feel passionately about this, if you can't tell. But, yeah. Kia Parrot has an appetite for flesh. What is this, Hugin? Oh boy. And this is Animal Planet. We might have to do this. Sorry, YouTube is being so slow right now. And
your cousin Marvin Berry.
Well.
New sound you looking for? Well, listen to this.
Geek Radio Daily. How did your stream go? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It is great to have you here. Holy cow. Welcome. I don't think I've seen that name here before. Tell me how your stream went. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a fossil scientist. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. And we are celebrating Thursday BIRDSday right now. Looking at viewer pictures of birds. Birds being the only living dinosaurs that we still have. Strictly speaking, dinosaurs never went completely extinct. At the end of the Cretaceous, a few species survived, and they've diversified into over 9,000 species of birds. And mourning dove, holy cow, are you in the right place? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Wanted to pass our folks on to someone as geeky as we... I appreciate the sentiment there. Thank you. Yeah. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. It's good to have you here. What is this, Hugin? Man, YouTube is really struggling today. I don't know what it is. Apologies for it being so slow. There we go. Kia parrots, yeah, in New Zealand. Yeah. They eat flowers? That's adorable. Oh boy. Who is it eating there? Oh boy. Wow. Huh. Yeah, you can't eat diamonds. Uh-oh. Oh boy. Oh, what? Wow. Wow. That is wild. I did not know that. We're going to sit back and enjoy it. Thank you for your raid, Geek Radio Daily. It's good to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And that is kind of terrifying, Salamander. Yeah, holy cow. Thank you for sharing that. I was not aware of this, Hugin. Pretty wild. Keas are also remarkably intelligent. They're often considered... They're sometimes called one of the most intelligent of all modern birds. What did they eat before sheep arrived there? I guess like other birds and their nestlings, egg yolks. But that is pretty cool to think about, that like sheep are a very recent arrival. Keas have been living on New Zealand for millions of years. Let's see how they... how long ago they diverged from their closest living relatives. Here's the Kia. They are endangered. Kias and Kakas. So they split about 2.59 million years ago, it's thought? Yeah. So New Zealand parrots have been evolving separately for 25.1 million years, give or take. That's impressive. So these birds had existed on New Zealand for about 25 million years. And then sheep show up a couple hundred years ago, and they're like, oh yeah, we'll have some of this. They learned that fast. That's kind of amazing. Yeah. And moa were bird sheep. Oh yeah, maybe they fed on moa, Mark Belbin. That would make a lot of sense. Yeah. But now, unfortunately, there are no moa. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Let's continue here. Gotta get through the rest of these. Thank you, Hugin. And following from last week, another photo my mom took last year. This is a male Australian king parrot. Females are mostly green. That is beautiful, this creation. Those are not going to be too far from our Kia. King parrot. Australian king parrot. Woof. That was a quick flight. Elystrus scapularis. And scapularis means like shouldered because they've got that. I guess they've got this on their shoulder. Very cool. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Thank you for sharing there, Miss Creation. Thank you very much. Good stuff. Yeah. And Nell says, I found an article from '94 that supports that hypothesis. Really? Kia the feisty parrot. Yeah. Let's see. The link between Kia attacking moa and Kia attacking sheep is a seductive one, difficult to resist. The more clean of the Is this actually... Yeah. Huh. Anyway, an interesting... I'm going to have to read this too. Very, very cool. Thank you for posting there now. Yeah. They eat baby shearwaters. Oh boy, coming full circle. It was one of our first birds today for Thursday BIRDSday. Interesting stuff. Yeah. The pelvic area on the moa? There was another kind of damage, especially in the pelvic area of the mole, which may have been caused by a bird with a smaller, finer beak consistent with a Kia. Is the link between Kia attacking Moa and Kia attacking sheep? Is this yeah. Interesting. Huh. I wonder. Yeah. And Valiant Cheese... That's a good question. I don't know if Kia always lived in alpine areas. I bet you they don't just live in alpine areas. I bet you that just makes them special among parrots. They probably live throughout the islands of New Zealand, I would imagine. But I'm not sure. They probably used to live all over the place, and their range has been significantly decreased. Habitat destruction and introduction of predators and egg-eating mammals like rats and stuff. Aesthetics got a king parrot pair, which frequent my uncle's place. Laid them down on the deck for some photos. Great example of sexual dimorphism, yeah. The two different sexes looking different from one another. Got a female in the green, and a male with that lovely red plumage there. That's lovely, Static. Thank you for posting. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. And green herring. This one bird I will always get excited about is, oh boy, a peregrine falcon. I first spotted this one through the trees from the other side of the park, and I ran all the way around and got there just in time to get a couple photos of it before it was chased by crows. The perch shot came out admirably in focus, considering I was completely out of breath when I took it. Last week you were talking about how even some birders don't like crows. Personally, I love them, but I sometimes get the frustration. Yeah, that's, oh, boy. Yeah, oh, man. That is a wonderful shot. Holy cow, green herring. This is lovely. So, yeah, peregrine just... They're minding her business. And then here comes a crow. But yeah, very cool. This is the world's fastest animal. Also the world's fastest dinosaur, the peregrine falcon. Pretty cool. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Very cool, green herring. Very cool. Your photos are always stellar, and this is no... That's wonderful. Oh, man, is that cool. Ah! Green herring, you probably have a bunch of, like, birder friends online. You probably share your photos in other areas as well. Are people there just as impressed with your photos as we always are here? I bet you they are. Yeah. I've never actually seen a peregrine falcon hunt, except for a, like, newly fledged one, and it was chasing pigeons in level flight. It didn't really know how to hunt yet. It was, like, just barely out of the nest. And, it was funny. It was just really goofy. But yeah. And sometimes there's a lot of amazing bird photographers out there. Well, you're one of them, Green Herring. Thank you so much for deigning to share your amazing bird photographs with this community. Really appreciate you. Seriously, these are stellar. This has brightened my day. And I appreciate it very much. Thank you, Green Herring. Good stuff. Bette Medler. It's got a female cardinal and a red-bellied woodpecker seeking nourishment in southern Minnesota. Temp was -7 degrees, -22 degrees Celsius. Plus, on behalf of Mom Medler, who also enjoys Thursday BIRDSday and who usually gets much better photos than I do. That's lovely. I love that. Two very different birds. Just eating side by side. Or I guess on opposite ends of the feeder. But they both really like suet, don't they? Yeah, especially when it's that cold out. That's lovely. That's lovely. Thanks for sharing, Bette Medler. Thanks for sharing. Murph has got another great egret on a warm stream on a very cold day. That's nice, Murph. That's nice. Why would there be a warm stream there? Is this like a... I know nuclear power plants have warm water that they exude from the cooling towers. Why would this water be warm? That's cool, Murph. And what a great egret there. Pretty great. Pretty great. Yeah. Yeah. It's right after a cold front rolled in, I bet, says Wheelbait. Interesting. Okay. It's exhaust from a boiler. It's not treated, so it's safe. Just warm. Very cool, Murph. Very cool. Yeah, I figured it would be some sort of industrial thing like that. That's super neat. Thank you, Murph. Yeah. And Thing says, not my picture. My mom sent me a link. This friend was found in southern Ontario this week. I think they are normally native to Florida. It almost looks like an ibis or something. The running hypothesis is that they got blown off course by the big storm last weekend. They're being fed and cared for. Paperwork is being filed to get them home. Aww. Who is this, chat? Who is this? Mayor Space jokes, it's a limpkin. That's a ridiculous name. That can't possibly be correct. No, I'm sure it is. That's very cool. They eat snails. Didn't we look at another snail-eating bird from Florida last week? Who doesn't eat snails in Florida? It's just a snaily place, I guess. Yeah. Oh, aren't they pretty? What a beautiful call. Yeah. Snail kite and limpkin snail specialist is Green Herring. Very cool. Yeah. Let's see him eat a snail. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, there's multiple snail shells on the ground there. Oh man, it's a snail graveyard. Yowza. Look at that. Wow. Oh man. Get wrecked, gastropod. Yowza. R.I.P. to that snail. Very cool. A limpkin. Well, thank you for sharing. Thing, that is really lovely, and Godspeed and good luck to this limpkin. It's journey back to Florida. Yeah. And Thing says, didn't have a picture, but just outside of town, a peacock was found around the same time. Well, those sometimes, I don't know. When I was staying with Ethan in Salt Lake City over the summer, there's just wild peacocks walking around in Salt Lake City. I know it gets very cold there during the winters. Yeah, and I've been to other places where they just, you know, they've gone feral. So that might not be that weird. They're native to India, I think. Peafowl. Dinosaur Dave says, an old picture from my trip to the UK in 2012. Wow. This is a... What kind of hawk is that? That's not a golden eagle, right? What is that? And this is, I'm not making up the name, I'm sorry, Fugly the owl. You could have also him fly around and land on your head and stuff. He looks bewildered. But owls often do, especially in the daytime. Yeah. He is super adorable, I agree. Thanks for sharing that, Dinosaur Dave. Very nice. Very cool. Very cool. And Daisy says, not sure what species of quail these are. Oh. Of course. Those are our state bird here in California. The California quail. You might be in Oregon, Those are still California quail. Yes. Very nice. Lovely. Lovely. There are actually 3 different states that I know of that have California birds as their state bird. It has California in some part of the name. Can anybody tell me what those 3 states are? Daisy says, but these are in Oregon. They're still California quail. That's just what they're called. Yeah. Oop. Quail. Yeah. There's so many species of quail. I'll search California quail. Yeah. There we are. Yeah. Venus says California, Utah, and I have no idea. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you in a minute, chat. But yeah, California quail. The state bird of California. And let me show you. California quail exists throughout California, Oregon, Washington, and even into Canada. Also into Nevada and Utah. And maybe a little bit in Arizona, which our 3rd California bird is the state bird of Arizona, I believe. Yeah. Yeah. The greater roadrunner. Geococcyx californianus. State bird of Arizona, I believe. Yeah. Oh, wait, no. Was it New Mexico? Yeah, the greater roadrunner. State bird of New Mexico. Sorry. Yeah. Meep, meep. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. And Petite says roadrunner is real? Are you not familiar with the roadrunner? Petite, they are very much real. The legends are true. But it's not very commonly that they blow up coyotes with dynamite. Yeah. Let's see, where was that? There was like an Animal Planet or... Is it here? There we go. Yeah, check this out. Yep. Yep. But it should not be trifled with. Roadrunners have been known to eat entire motorcycle gangs at once, in one feeding time. Just eat everybody. I'm kidding.
The creature we will be examining is a paleontologist.
Felis Lucia, thank you for the raid and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. Holy cow. Howdy, howdy. Shoot, Felis, how did your stream go? I hope it was really good. And welcome to Paleontologizing. I don't recognize your name. It might be your first time here. So let me introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach, you know? Talking about fossils, talking about dinosaurs, and today we're celebrating Thursday BIRDSday. Birds are the only living dinosaurs that we have. Strictly speaking, dinosaurs never went completely extinct. Birds are the last surviving lineage of dinosaurs. Last surviving group of dinosaurs. Multiple lineages now. But, yeah. And so we are almost through the viewer-submitted photos of birds and then doing tangents, talking about different birds, that kind of thing. So, cassowaries never got the memo they weren't dinosaurs anymore. Now, all birds still are. Everything from canaries to hummingbirds to penguins to cassowaries, rheas, ostriches, emus, and the like. But yeah, cassowaries are one of my very, very favorite birds. We've got a cassowary emote, you know, Felis. But anyway, looks like you were doing something called Vampire Survivors. I just heard a vampire joke from somebody here in the chat. I won't steal it, though. You know who you are. I don't remember who you are. Repost that vampire joke. It was pretty good. Who was that? I want to give you credit. And, but yeah. We were just watching a quick little video on Roadrunners because somebody in our chat was not aware that they're actually a real animal and they're not just a cartoon character. So check this out. This is lovely. Once it finally decides to load. YouTube is being real finicky today.
Like a miniature tyrannosaur.
Oh boy, that's not a roadrunner. That's a collared lizard. Yep. Yeah. Want to try to race your car once? That's super cool, Casey Snowhart. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's super cool, Anina. I love that about you. That's awesome. It's faster than I can run. I should make that an alert. Oh, man. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah, Roadrunners. Neat critters. Neat critters. Yeah. Anyway, thank you for the California quails there, Daisy. Very, very nice. Thanks for posting it. It's our state bird here in California. UT San Antonio mascot is a roadrunner. Very nice. That's a good mascot. That's local. I always thought it's kind of lame when, like, a sports team has, like, what was it? The Detroit Tigers? There's no tigers in Detroit. Have you been there? There's no tigers. But yeah. Yeah, me too, Little Pig Pony. Sparrowcat says, just some robins in my backyard earlier this year. Oh, those are lovely. I have an ukulele song that I need to work on about this very bird, the American robin. But it's not ready for prime time yet. Yeah. But that's super cool, Sparrowcat. Super cool. And those do, yeah, that's definitely a robin. Look at the white around the eye on the adult. I don't know if that's mom or dad, but definitely a robin. Very cool, Sparrowcat. Very cool. There are tigers in Detroit. Go to the zoo. I mean, they're not native there, Dan the BC man. There's tigers in Texas as well, but yeah, there's more tigers in Texas than there are in India and Russia combined, I think. Yeah. There you go, Horns fan, yes. Yeah. And tiny pictures, but found a male cardinal on an outdoor trail in South Texas. Very cool. Yep, that's definitely a cardinal. Bright, bright, bright red. Look at that. And see, a Thursday BIRDSday photo does not have to be the most beautiful photograph ever. It doesn't even have to be in focus. This one is. It's just the bird was far away. But it's mostly in focus, but it's lovely. This is what Thursday BIRDSday is all about, you know? Going outside, taking a picture of a bird that you happen to encounter that week. If you're lucky enough to encounter a bird. And birds are usually outside. Chances are, wherever you are in the world, if you go outside, there will be a bird. As long as you're above sea level or above the water line. I don't know. There are diving birds, too. Wrap this up. I'm getting loopy here. It's been almost 6 hours of streaming. Burnt pigeon has got, ooh, spotted on a ride along a canal path. This is a great blue heron. Beautiful. It is great. I don't know how blue it is, but it's definitely a great blue heron. I like them a lot. They are pretty cool. Lovely birds. Great blue herons. Got a lot of personality. There's some that would hang out near my old apartment. You just see them catching little fishes one by one out of the water and gulping them down. You just do that for hours. And the fish don't think to swim away from the heron. They just continue to hang out where they're hanging out. Yeah. Maybe they just want the heron's company. Yeah. Birds are usually outside. I mean, they are, HD. Yeah. But thank you for sharing, Bert Pigeon. Good stuff. I thought I'd share this. Red-legged partridge in Madeira. Very cool, Nertho. That is a beautiful... Look at this majestic bird. Look at that. Just posing for the camera. It's going... Don't hate me because I'm beautiful. I don't actually know what that's from. Is it from a commercial or something like that? But Nertho, this is lovely. What a gorgeous looking theropod there. Holy cow. Red-legged partridge. Wow. It's from a shampoo commercial? Thank you, Daisy. Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. This is a good-looking bird, and he knows it. I'm assuming it's a male because I don't actually know what... Here. Like a partridge. Okay, I guess they don't show strong sexual dimorphism. Well, maybe. It's a male and a female? Okay. I guess that is a male. Yeah. It's usually a safe bet. But like to check. Yeah. I hate when they know they look good. Gives them the worst attitudes, those birds. Makes funny photo, though. Beautiful photo. Holy cow. Is that gorgeous? Thank you, Neratho. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, definitely talking about birds, don't worry. Miss Casey. Yeah. Oh, and Hugin, let's do your dinosaur deep dive tomorrow. Moros Intrepidus. We'll do it tomorrow. Yeah. Celestate's got a few more random birds. Look at that peacock. Wow. Not native to Hawaii, but introduced there. Roaming freely. Good for him. Another male bird who knows he looks good. And I think an Egyptian goose. That does look like an Egyptian goose. Taking a trip to London. Very nice. Very nice, Celeste. Thanks for sharing. Yeah. And that is a crazy amazing tail, Charlie's Dragon. It's nuts. Yeah. Classic example of a structure that evolved via not natural selection, but sexual selection. It's a classic example of how natural selection and sexual selection can actually work in opposition to one another. They can be opposing forces. Yeah. And we've got Royal in one sandwich turn. Is it the sandwich turn with the black beak? That's very cool. Oh, you gotta love turns. You gotta love turns. That's pretty neat, Neil. That's pretty neat. Oh, man. I love how they just hang out on the beach and they all face the same direction. Are they facing into the wind or something when turns do that? That looks like two sandwich turns there, actually. If that's what the yellow-tipped black beak is. There's one hiding behind the one on the right. Yeah. Very cool. Facing the wind? Probably, Daisy. Yeah. Thanks, Neil, for posting that. That's lovely. And Cheese has got a kookaburra in flight. You don't often see them flying. Usually when there's kookaburras, when you have images of them, they're perched. Because they like to sit and wait. They're kingfishers, and so they do a lot of sitting and waiting. It's cool to actually see one flying. Nice. Valiant Cheese, and look at that one that you created. That's super cool. Oh, I love it. Nice work, Valiant Cheese. Nice work. That's lovely. That is lovely. Yeah. Very, very cool. Well, a very happy Thursday BIRDSday to all of you. Let me show you my Thursday BIRDSday bird. It was, and if we have any gull experts here, please tell me who is this? I don't think it's a ring-billed gull. It's too small for that, and it doesn't have the herring gull, so sloppy salamander. Really? Yeah. Seen on the beach. Oh, and he's pooping there. Action shot. I didn't realize I got that. Oh, boy. Yeah. Oh, ring-billed gull. Really, green herring. Okay. It does almost look juvenile. It's got that kind of immature plumage going on. But was very bold. It came up and expected to be fed In-N-Out burgers. And was not too happy when his advances were not met with burger. Or with grilled cheese. That's what I get at In-N-Out burger. Yeah. Yeah. So I should not feed wild. Exactly, Petite. I did not give this gull any In-N-Out burger. Yeah. And we're getting some side eye there, you know? It's like, oh, I disrespect you. Fair. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. And that's Thursday BIRDSday, everyone. hope you all had a wonderful Thursday Birds Day. And I hope you've had a fun stream with me here. It's time to wrap things up now. So let's put an Archaeopteryx under our credits here. And we'll probably go raid Hoot House livestream. And see if the baby owls have hatched yet. Let's see. Can we raid Ultrasaurus? Who's that, Dinosaur Dave? Oh yeah, we could do that. Okay. That's a story for another time too. Ultrasaurus. AKA Ultrasauros, AKA Supersaurus. Yeah. But anyway, thank you to everybody whose names are showing up here in the credits. I really appreciate you. And we had a great time today. Hope you learned something. We've got a newfound appreciation of the natural world for dinosaurs both extinct and extant. I appreciate you being here, supporting me financially. For everybody who cheered and subscribed and gifted, and those moderators for making sure that the chat is a comfortable and accepting environment for everybody. Appreciate all of you. Without further ado, we're gonna go make a new friend, I guess, and say hello to Ultrasaurus. So I'll see you there, everybody. And catch me again tomorrow for some more fossil news. More fossil science. Alright. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.